Alright guys, welcome to Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament for August 3rd. We are into August now, not July any longer. I'm a little bit behind the times. Alright, this is Dark Corp showcasting for you tonight. The bracket has been released. We have 8 minutes until the tournament will actually begin. 15 minutes after that until teams that do not show up will be disqualified. Everybody who is on the bracket has checked in today, so all teams should be available. I do believe we will be catching the C bracket as our first game, that is Climbing Silver versus Versatile 5. Just waiting for an invite to that game, and we will get it started in about 8 minutes. We have a decent turnout tonight, about 20 teams I believe. I can double check those numbers. Of course, rather than counting it, I will open up the admin section of Challenge here. Yes, exactly 20 teams. Alright, so if you believe you have checked in and are not appearing on that bracket, please let us know. We will double check, make sure that we received your check-ins and that it was one of our errors, and if possible, we will add you to the bracket in place of a team that does not show up on time. Because fortunately, changing the bracket at this point without a team being disqualified does tend to add a little bit of chaos to things, as it ends up shuffling those matchups. And when you shuffle a matchup, teams are unfortunately in the wrong matchups, which causes chaos. As we have, said, chaos will ensue. So no chaos tonight, hopefully. Hopefully we did manage to pick up all of those check-ins, get everybody onto the bracket. We've been doing a fairly decent job of not missing anybody recently. Alright, CJ Shooter saying that Avarice Mechanics has checked in but did not appear on the bracket. I will try and double check that for you. We'll see if we can locate your check-in. We have a request for substitutes for Avarice. Full name, Avarice Mechanics, but there's no actual check-in, so unfortunately the admin was not aware you guys had not checked in and needed to be checked in via that substitute request. So if a team does not show up, we will swap you into the bracket, but unfortunately we cannot just directly add you at this time, as things have been finalized. We apologize for that inconvenience. That is my invite to the round 1 game between Climbing Silver and Versatile 5, so we'll get things started momentarily. A question in Twitch chat. If diamonds from last season are allowed, if they have decayed in rank down all the way to gold, then yes, they will be allowed to participate. If their current rank is gold, last season was very different from this season. We have had, I believe, almost 14 patches. The 14th not quite out yet. I think we're on 4.13. Just waiting for two more summoners to potentially join this matchup. Radioactive Bunny is in the spectator spot there, so he will be joining a team, I imagine. Question in the Twitch chat of do they have to be an actual ranked team to participate. Currently, we only require that teams be composed of summoners who are ranked between bronze and gold in solo queue. So teams do not have to be an actual team in the League of Legends client. Once again, guys, this is Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament where summoners must be ranked bronze through gold to participate. This is Dark Corp showcasting for you tonight. We're going to have our first round 1 game starting up momentarily. We are 3 minutes to the hour, so 3 minutes till any games can begin. 15 minutes after that until they have to have begun. Question on my client there from SN Tyler Combs. Can round 2 teams play if they are both already in round 2? Yes, if your opponents are showing in the bracket, you guys are free to start at 7 o'clock. The only situation where you would not be starting at 7 o'clock is on the bracket here, like Silence to Death, where their opponents are both in a round 1 game, so they have to wait for that game to finish, along with Long Eric Shin's crew, SC Nickelback, T1K, and Sludge Belchers. Everyone else is free to begin in about 3 minutes here. Looks like all 10 summoners are here, mainly gold summoners with a number of silvers as well. Not seeing a lot of bronzers lately. Would love to see an all bronze team come in, throw things up, beat out a repeat champion, or just an all gold team for fun. A little bit of Nickelback hype in the chat. Go Canadian Rockstars. Alright. More questions in the Twitch chat of do we invite you guys to the game or does the other team invite you? When you're looking at the bracket, the team on top of the bracket, so in the case of the A round bracket here, Bagan Voyageurs versus Team Harem King, Bagan Voyageurs is on top of the bracket and they will be blue side because of that, and they will also be responsible for forming the lobby and informing the other team that that lobby has been formed and potentially invited them to that game. In the C bracket we had Climbing Silver on the blue side versus Versatile 5 on the purple side. my league chat going crazy. Questions everywhere. Question of do we have 10 minutes after 7 o'clock to get the game started? There's actually 15 minutes for the first round. Game is supposed to be started by 7:15 at the latest. Alright, so as it is 7 o'clock now, actually a few seconds early, but we will not complain about that, getting things started. We're into champion section. The Moo getting banned out right away. Alright, I apologize for my silence here, guys. Just dealing with a few quick admin issues there. We do have one team that forgot to check in. Well, they claim they check in, but I cannot find the check-in. And they did request a roster change, which I know I affected, as I am the person who does all of the roster changes. But we did have Clan Ranzali handling check-ins, so he was looking for the specific form submission from that check-in page. Question in the Twitch chat, then they invite us. If you guys are purple side, then your opponents should be inviting you. If you're not hear from your opponents, I do recommend checking our website, checking the web page where the bracket is contained. The team rosters are on that page down at the bottom, so you can go ahead and find your opponents if they do not find you. Make sure that they're actually planning to participate, and if not, at quarter past the hour, if they have not, you have not been able to contact them and they have not attempted to contact you, you can actually report a win saying that they have either forfeit or just not shown up, and we will just verify that and quickly get that affected onto the bracket. Coming to the Twitch chat from Awesome Blue Chew. Next week I'll be in this. We look forward to having you. So Amumu, Wukong, and Braum banned out by Climbing Silver. 3 fairly strong, beefy, tanky champions that also do a fair amount of damage. and the bands from Versatile 5 being Jarvan 4, Morgana, and Ryze. J4, a fairly strong jungler, Morgana, one of the highest rated supports, and Ryze. Ryze is a strong AP burst champion, though he's not something I traditionally see banned out. That could be a targeted ban against something Climbing Silver enjoys playing. Once again, guys, we are currently watching Climbing Silver on the blue side versus Versatile 5 on the purple side. Tristana locked in for Climbing Silver. Nidalee and Jinx locked in for Versatile 5. Looks like Versatile 5 might be going for a poke composition here, while the Tristana ADC suggests more of an all-in team comp from Climbing Silver. Alright, I apologize, guys, just being distracted by the Twitch chat there a little bit. We did have a team that allegedly checked in but was not added to the bracket, and when that happens, we do apologize, guys. It's an unfortunate situation. We are human. We did have 20 check-ins today, some of them spammed in there 5 or 6 times. We'd only require you guys to have one summoner check in just for future reference. We're also at 32 viewers in the Twitch chat. Let's get 18 more, and we'll be getting a mystery skin giveaway going. We'll also be doing a $10 RP card at 100 viewers. So Maokai and Thresh locked in for Versatile 5, potentially blowing my poke composition thoughts out of the window. Though Maokai can be fairly pokey with these saplings everywhere, and Thresh is great for locking people down. Pantheon, Lee Sin, and Zyra, Zyra only being hovered over at this point, but the Pantheon and Lee Sin are locked in for Climbing Silver, confirming that suspicion of the stronger mid-late game team composition there, looking for those team fights, 5v5s, those all-in fights where they'll simply be looking to dominate. Lee Sin potentially being able to pick off people a little bit earlier in the game, getting his team set up for that later game fight. So Zyra does get locked, does get locked in. Nope, still hovered over, but there we go, locked in now, and Ahri being hovered over as well. The final pick from Versatile 5 appearing to be a Syndra. Alright, so we are into the 30-second phase where summoners have that, well, it was a 1-minute phase, where summoners have to lock in their Runes Mastery, select their summoner spells, make sure they are all set for the matchup. After this, we'll have a 3-minute spectator delay, and we'll be into the game. Round 1, Climbing Silver versus Versatile 5 and Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. Alright guys, so taking a final look at these team compositions while we have 2.5 minutes remaining in the spectator delay. The Climbing Silver, once again, looking to have a strong mid and late game. Zyra being a decent support, and Tristana being a little bit weaker in the early game, but coming into her own around the 15-20 minute mark. They do say if you can come out of the laning phase even 20 farm behind, that you can be considered to have won that laning phase as a Tristana. So Climbing Silver looking to have a stronger mid and late game, getting through the first 20 minutes, potentially on the back of Lee Sin. While Versatile 5, of course, a little bit stronger in that early game with the Jinx Thresh combination, going to be looking to lock down that Tristana as much as possible, stop her from getting that farm, stop her from getting the feed she's going to be looking for. Nidalee in the top lane, an interesting choice that will potentially be a Pantheon versus Nidalee in the top lane. In the Syndra pick versus Ahri. A matchup I'm not actually all that familiar with, so I'm going to be interested to watch this one as well. Should be quite the game, guys. Alright, so just one more minute of spectator delay remaining. Let's get some hype in the Twitch chat. Who do we think is going to emerge victorious from this game? From the pick and ban phase, I think things are actually fairly even. But what is Twitch chat going to have to say? Climbing Silver or Versatile 5? Once again, guys, just 30 seconds now remaining of the spectator delay. I apologize for my lack of analytical insight for this matchup. Once we get started, we'll see exactly what's going to go on. Both of these teams have a fairly strong level 1, so looking forward to potentially seeing some level 1 shenanigans in those jungles. See if we can get first blood before a buff comes down. Bit of Versatile 5 hype in the Twitch chat. Once again, guys, Climbing Silver on the blue side, Versatile 5 on the purple side. And we're going to be into load screen momentarily, just having that bracket show on the screen while we do wait for the League client to load up again. League of Legends. Alright, here we go, guys. Round 1, Climbing Silver versus Versatile 5, Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Tournament. Of course, the client now in the background because I clicked that window. I apologize. Looking at mostly silver trims, a couple of potentially bronze summoners from last season, as well as a gold Lee Sin. Lee Sin not managing to make huge improvements on his rankings, but maintaining that gold rank, still fairly impressive. Everyone here actually being gold or silver summoners currently on this patch 4.13. Question in the Twitch chat of which game will be streamed next. We do follow the winners of the round 1 game that is on stream into the next round, and then the winners of that game into the next round. So if we take a look at the bracket, it will be the winners of Climbing Silver versus Versatile 5, facing off against SK Nickelback T1K, so that Nickelback hype in the chat will be rewarded. Question of why my computer is set to West Coast time. My time server is just not synced correctly. I've never actually updated what this copy of Windows has for the time. This is just the stream machine. It's a beautiful old computer with a nice shiny new graphics card in it. Only one skin in the game on the Pharaoh Nidalee. Maybe one of these teams will go all the way through to the finals, pick up a nice skin for their efforts tonight. For anybody not aware, teams competing tonight are actually competing for a combination of 40,000 RP as well as 5 Triumphant Rise skins, where the first place victors will receive 3,200 RP per team member, as well as a Triumphant Rise skin apiece. The second place team coming in with 2,400 RP, followed by 16 and 800 RP as well for the third and fourth place teams. I hear the Summoner's Rift, but we cannot yet see it. We should be loading into this game momentarily. Alright, and there's the Rift, folks. We are into this game. Versatile 5 buying a little bit faster than Climbing Silver. We see the last summoners picking up those items. Climbing Silver actually finishing their buy before Versatile 5. The Thresh has not yet bought. We'll see if the pause does come out here, or if this Thresh will be fully connected. There is the pause. Thresh may be a little bit late loading into this game. What's a tournament without a first minute pause, guys? So from the way these teams are heading out, looks like Nidalee and Pantheon are both heading up to that top lane to start things off. So there might not be as many level 1 shenanigans as I would have hoped for. We'll see if we do have a 4v4 fight in this bottom lane, or potentially a 4v1 as First Blood gets picked out. Alright, we do see Thresh reconnect there. Nidalee asking if both teams are ready. Tristana saying they are not yet ready, so this pause will continue a moment longer. We do see 3 members of Climbing Silver heading out towards that bot lane, with Ahri heading to her mid, of course. We'll see if they potentially head towards the blue buff of their opponents. Alright, Maokai thinking the pause. To pro. Everybody back to bronze. I mean, to wood 5, dirt 5. Of course, the pause actually happens at almost every level of play. We do see diamond summoners, challenger summoners not even able to connect some days. Alright, we're into the game. My screen going a little bit crazy here. Let's get us up. Watch this Syndra running out. Thresh going to be buying his items. Decides to start with the Ancient Coin. A fairly standard start for a Thresh, especially at the lower tier of play, though the Targon is also useful for him if you can manage to last hit those minions. It does not actually proc its effect unless you're able to last hit it due to the ranged nature of Thresh's attacks. Ahri getting caught out for a little bit of poke there. The ward is in from Syndra. They did see it drop.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Bit of a lap coming out of Jinx. Jinx might get poked down there, but just a ward coming out apparently. Is that Thresh with the sweeper? It is. Thresh pops the sweeper, takes down that ward. A little bit of early gold for him. Not standard to see the support starting with the sweeper right away, though it does seem like both teams have... Nope, I apologize. It was the Zyra who dropped the 1 minute ward there. So we have 5 warding totems versus 4 warding totems and the sweeper. Break mechanic. We have the invade. Thresh misses the death sentence though. A poke comes out from Nidalee, who has joined them from the top lane. Pantheon still up in the top lane. This will be a 5 versus 4 if it goes down. We are 4 seconds to the buff. They will be taking the red buff. This will be a solid invade. Pantheon heading towards the other side of the map for the opponent's red buff, potentially. Not actually going to get there, going up for Nidalee, who has teleported back to the top lane. And there's action in the mid lane already. Already landing a tiny bit of poke there on the Syndra. Maokai still in the opposing side's red buff. Takes it down with the smite. Going to head over for his blue buff potentially here, or rush for his red to make sure it does not get stolen. Syndra pushing that lane in, going to try and zone the Ahri against her turret here. Pantheon taking a fair amount of poke from Nidalee. Nidalee already having to pop her health pot though. Responded to by the Pantheon health pot as well. Nidalee going in on Pantheon does not actually connect there for the all-in. There's Lee Sin taking the red buff from Maokai, knowing his was stolen early. Maokai not getting up there in time to defend it. A great play by Lee Sin responding that way. get the scoreboard reordered here so we know what's going on. We do have Jinx and Tristana as the ADCs, Ahri and Syndra up in the mid lane, Maokai versus Lee Sin junglers. Alright, so the scoreboard is now set here. Pantheon being out-farmed by nearly double, actually over double. Lee Sin well down in farm to the Maokai, 3-9. A little bit of a rough start with this Lee Sin in the jungle, losing to that early invade. Syndra up 5 farm on the Ahri. A flash out from Thresh, but he misses the death sentence. Gonna take a little bit of punishment from the Tristana for it. Zyra drops her turret. Not sure what those turrets are called. Not a Zyra player. Not huge into the lore and skill names. I apologize. Maokai in the bottom lane. Not actually going to be able to get too much damage onto anybody. He's going to fall back into his jungle. At the 4-minute mark, still a killless game, though there's some action in the mid lane. Ahri lands the taunt onto Syndra, but it's not going to be enough to finish her off. Maokai going back to the bottom lane for a second gank here. Jinx might be in trouble, though. We see the lantern come out from Thresh. She will be saved. Nearly taking a huge amount of damage from the Pantheon, who's chasing her down right to her turret. Will not be enough to take that kill, though. Tristana rocket jumping away onto the Maokai, actually. Maokai taking a fair amount of damage there as well, down to 300 HP. Jinx down to 300 HP as well. Tristana and Zyra not in a position actually to push this, but Pantheon gets the Ignite onto Nidalee, and that is first blood for Pantheon in the top lane. The Stranglethorns come out, but miss. Jinx gets the Exhausted, though. Grabs a Lantern from Thresh to almost stay alive, but ends up getting taken down by the Lee Sin. Lee Sin down to 200 HP. Thresh not going to be able to finish him off, though. Retreating, running for his life. Syndra stuns the Ahri in the mid lane. She is down to 200 HP. The taunt lands onto Syndra, gets ignited, but Ahri goes down first. Syndra will live through the Ignite with about 200 HP, continue to farm before she recalls, getting the first item she wants here. Lee Sin catching up in farm to the Maokai. Now only down by 1 farm. He will be forced to recall soon as he is at 200 HP farming those golems. We do see him going back now. Tristana and Zyra are free to farm the bottom lane here as Jinx and Thresh, well, Jinx was deleted. Thresh was forced to go back, I would assume. Maokai now still farming his jungle. Notice his red buff is gone. Though, as both minions were down on that red buff, I would assume that Maokai actually farmed it out earlier in the game. Unless Lee Sin was kind enough to kill all 3 of those minions to let the respawn timer start. Jinx and Thresh now back to the bottom lane. But Tristana and Zyra are there, so they will not be able to free farm. We'll see if Zyra and Tristana still have the mana left over for they do. They're sitting at full HP, full mana. This will be a contest in the bottom lane. Thresh going a little bit deep for his souls. Jinx taking a bit more poke than she wants. Thresh getting locked down by the Stranglethorns. The Lantern comes out, but Jinx will not go for it. Tristana actually up 3 farm over the Jinx, so doing incredibly well for a Tristana this early game. We will see her being a powerhouse later on in the game, if they do not do anything to get her shut down fairly quickly. Maokai sitting waiting for the gank in the middle lane. The stun comes out from Syndra and the Ignite comes onto Ahri. This could be enough. The ticks do take her down. Death sentence from Thresh in the bottom lane does not connect with Tristana. And Nidalee taking a fair amount of damage from the Pantheon. Lee Sin up in the top lane gets the kill under the turret. A great Q combination from Lee Sin to finish that off. Jinx and Thresh now alone in the bottom lane as Zyra and Tristana were either forced to recall or chose to recall for itemization. I do believe it was the later case, as they were not taking as much pressure as the Thresh and Jinx seem to be taking from the bottom lane pairing of Climbing Silver. Once again, this is Climbing Silver on the blue side versus Versatile 5 on the purple side. We have Lee Sin in the opposing jungle. He has been spotted out. He's going to try and take this red buff from Maokai. He will be successful with that smite. Gets knocked back by the Syndra, but flashes over into the Baron Pit to get away. Would have expected more of a ward hop there, but he potentially did not have the warding totem ready. We see it is on cooldown, so the flash was his only choice, unfortunately. That is a summoner spell for his life, but it is his life that he saved. Action in the bottom lane. Stranglethorns comes out. It does connect with both summoners. And the Chompers come out to stop the advance of Tristana and Zyra. Alright, landing her poke onto the Syndra in the mid lane. Nidalee forcing down this turret to half health. Pantheon just getting back out of the top lane to respond to this. Great plays all around so far. Scored 3-2 in favor of Climbing Silver. They do have a 500 gold advantage. Pantheon onto the Nidalee. She takes half her health and pressure in about 3 seconds there. Syndra lands her stun onto Lee Sin. Lee Sin might be in trouble. He does ward hop away. Throws his ult onto Syndra to make his escape. What a kick. What a kick. Maokai and Syndra now trying to chase down the Lee Sin. Ahri is there to help him. It appears they will both get away cleanly. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jinx taking a little bit of pressure from the Tristana. Zyra going to throw her turrets down right under that turret. They will get deleted fairly quickly, but if they do a fair amount of damage to the Jinx, she is sitting at about 300 HP. Tristana looking to pressure this turret down. The minions end up not having enough there. Maokai now heading down to the bottom lane, trying to force the Tristana-Zyra pairing off. Tristana being fairly strong and now up by 7 farm on the Jinx. Not a huge farm difference, but Tristana being not as much of an early game champion as the Jinx is, we would expect her to be slightly farther behind. Death Sentence comes out and misses. Flash comes out from Maokai. Tristana and Zyra just not having none of this, though. They will not be caught out. Some amazing plays from Climbing Silver's bottom pair tonight. Pantheon looking to pressure the Nidalee off of her farm. Lee Sin nearing the bottom lane, but going to try and intercept the Maokai instead. We'll see if he knows he's there. There could be some action in this bottom jungle. Swesh now into the Tribush, trying to catch out that Lee Sin. Maokai there as well. Lee Sin now onto the blue buff, trying to juke out these summoners. It appears he may make a successful escape. Not able to take down the Maokai in that jungle, though. Not going to head to the mid line either for the Syndra. Syndra trying to catch out the Lee Sin as well, but he is safely away. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Tristana and Zyra pushing to the turret again. Maokai comes in with the Lantern from Thresh, well played over the wall. Death Sentence does connect this time. Zyra getting caught out. The Thresh ult comes down. She is down to about 400 HP. Thresh down to about 200 HP though. We'll see who goes down first. Thresh goes down first. Zyra does get deleted. It is now Tristana versus the Jinx Maokai pairing. Jinx down to about 200 HP. Tristana down to 300 HP as well. Jinx, instead of helping the Maokai here, will... There we go. Super Mega Death Rock comes in. The clutch heal from Tristana. One more auto attack will do it, though. Jinx blasted under the turret by Lee Sin's ultimate. Goes down as well. Lee Sin coming in to clean up the Maokai as well. One more auto attack. He does go down for a double kill. And Syndra pops her ult onto Ahri for another kill. That is 6-5, a 1k gold difference. Sorry, a 700 gold difference between the two teams here. Climbing Silver having that advantage. Up by 1 kill. No dragons yet at the 12-minute mark. Pantheon right under the turret of Nidalee. Does do a little bit of damage to her, taking an extra turret hit. Nidalee going to try and recall here. We'll see if Pantheon will allow it. Pantheon may not have a choice to allow it. He's going to try and farm here, get the turret pressure. Nidalee going back there will give Pantheon the time he needs to potentially take down some turret damage there, except Nidalee does have her teleport available and is right back to this lane. Thresh goes a little bit deep onto this Zyra. She is well behind those turrets. Tristana rocket jumps in, but it's going to not be enough for a hard engage. Lee Sin in the bottom lane as well, but he's going to go for the golems instead of those kills. I'm not sure if Lee Sin could have turned that fight more in favor of Climbing Silver, or if the golem farming was the right choice there. Tristana and Zyra seeming to have no problems in the bottom lane. Ahri going down to Syndra again, well played by the Syndra. Making the kill score now 6-6, still a slight gold lead for Climbing Silver. Ahri sitting at 0-4 to Syndra's 4-0. This could be problems for Climbing Silver if Syndra cannot be shut down soon. Maokai and Syndra both in the top lane onto the Pantheon with Nidalee. This will be a kill onto Pantheon, goes over to the Nidalee though. Action in the bottom lane, Thresh goes down, Jinx now going to go down as well. That is 2 kills for 0 in the bottom lane, Syndra getting out with about 50 HP. Again, the bottom lane pairing for Climbing Silver doing extremely well. Pantheon doing fairly well against the Nidalee as well. It did take 3 summoners to take him down. We'll see if Pantheon and Tristana can make up for the deficit being left by Ahri's gameplay today. Of course, Ahri maintaining a fairly decent farm count against the Syndra, though she is down by about 50 as well as those 4 kills right now. She has maintained her turret safely so far in the game. Lee Sin looking to interact with this Maokai around his red buff again. Pantheon does man drop in for it. It's going to be 2 versus 1 forcing Maokai off of his buff, handing that red over to either Lee Sin or the Pantheon. Lee Sin does take it down. Syndra looking to potentially respond to these plays in her jungle, but will not get there in time. A little bit of action in the bottom lane as Jinx and Thresh free farm it out. Tristana and Zyra just getting back to their turret in time to keep it alive. Tristana farming that minion wave down extremely quickly. The AoE damage coming off of Tristana's passive, or not passive, but the skill that allows her to burst damage things. I'm a Tristana fan, though I'm terrible with skill names. I apologize once again, guys. We could take a quick look at that, but we are already back into the mid lane where there's going to be more action. Stranglethorns locks down both Jinx and Thresh. Thresh getting taunted by the Ahri. Lee Sin comes in with his Q and ignites onto Jinx. Jinx goes down. Thresh gets blasted back by the Lee Sin. Flashes over the wall, but goes down anyways. This is a 5-man push in the bottom jungle by Climbing Silver. That is 2 kills for Zero. Looking like they're going to set up for a dragon here. Versatile 5 potentially making the right choice to trade the dragon for a turret. They do take that mid lane turret. That is the first turret of the game, second turret of the game. Nidalee has already taken the top turret for her lane, for her team. Panther taking a fair amount of damage, does go down to the Syndra. Well played by Syndra. Once again, Syndra being a huge powerhouse this game. Throws the stun, lands it onto Zyra. Zyra might be in trouble as Maokai comes in. Zyra flashed up with the Ignite is on her, and that is enough for the kill. We have a disconnect from Jinx, potentially going to see a pause here, but she has reconnected. We do see the pause come out anyways, potentially Jinx not being in their call right now, everybody panicking. We have seen Jinx reconnect, so potentially she'll be saying that, "Hi, I'm back," momentarily. Getting this game back underway. Kill score 10-9, turrets 0-2, goal difference still 700 in favor of Climbing Silver. It's been a close game so far. The only huge laning difference being the mid lane, where Syndra's picked up 6 kills so far to 0 deaths. Tristana has been dominating the bottom lane, but she has not managed to pick up all of the kills. They're sitting at 2-1-3. Jinx is at 1-4-1, so Tristana will have an advantage going into the mid game. Lee Sin sitting at 3-0-2 has been an unstoppable force as well compared to the Maokai's 1-1-3. Lee Sin being up about 10 farm as well. So despite the mid lane discrepancies, we are seeing a really, really close game so far. Nilly trying to take the top inner turret here. We'll see if Pantheon gets there in time to respond. He will get there, but it is already down to half HP. Cinder pressuring down the inner turret in the mid lane as well. That last team fight did go in their favor. The Stompers come out from Jinx, but they get flashed over by Tristana. Tristana nearly taking the Thresh down for it. This is the bottom outer turret, which has not gone down yet. Both turrets being up in the bottom lane. Sorry, all three turrets on both sides still being up in the bottom lane. Tristana takes a fair amount of pressure from the Jinx. Another pause comes out. Tristana mid-rocket jump. She has, I would say, disengaged from that fight, so we will not consider that a team fight pause. Team fight pauses being generally frowned upon, and technically against the rules. Versatile 5 claiming that now Maokai has disconnected. We'll see if the Maokai will be returning momentarily. I did not see a disconnect notice there, so potentially we'll see a disconnect and reconnect notice at the same time. While we wait, let's get some hype in the Twitch chat. So far, we are 17 minutes into the game. 25.4k gold to 24.9k gold. Still a 500-600 gold difference between these two teams. A 1k. A 1 kill difference between these two teams, as well as a 2 turret difference. Who is your favorite to win this game? Will it be Climbing Silver, or will it be Versatile 5? Climbing Silver being on the blue side, Versatile 5 on the purple side. Once again, this is a round 1 game in Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament tonight. While we have this pause, I'm going to take a moment to double check the match reports, make sure all of those have been affected onto the bracket. Take a quick look over at the bracket, see where things are sitting. Seems like we do have no victories yet reported. So all round 1 games are still progressing. There were no teams that did not show up before that 15-minute mark passed. So all round 1 and round 2 games where where teams are showing in the bracket have begun. And we'll have those match reports filtering in fairly soon, I would assume. We are 17 minutes into our first game, which did start right at that 7-minute mark, so we could be the first game actually completed. Of course, we are not yet completed. We are only at the 17-minute mark. Depending on how long this pause ends up taking. We are 7 minutes into pause time. Seems like Twitch chat is torn directly in half, with 1 vote for Climbing Silver, 1 vote for Versatile 5. While we're paused, guys, once again, this is a Not So Stock Gaming tournament. This is our amateur bracket tournament tonight. We are doing giveaways at 50 as well as 100 viewers, so go ahead and tell your friends to come join us tonight. It will be a mystery skin at 50 viewers, as well as a $10 RP code at 100 viewers if we can get there. We do have 20 teams participating with 5 summoners per team. I do believe that is 100 summoners if only everybody who is participating tonight would jump on at the end. We would definitely reach that 100 viewer mark. So if you're participating and currently watching, go ahead and tell your teammates. You should probably turn on the stream at some point, check those numbers, see where we're at. I'll get the bracket posted once again into Twitch chat here while we have some downtime as well. We have no match reports coming in yet, so all of the games on the bracket are still happening currently. We'll have the first round and some of the second round winners coming in fairly soon, I would assume. We do have games that are potentially up to 37 minutes into the game at this point. We also have tournaments every week, the Open, Semi-Pro, and Amateur bracket formats. For anybody who is not familiar with them, the Open bracket just requires 5 summoners, and you can be a team, come participate, have some fun, meet some of the awesome teams from the community. It is a higher skill level tournament, as well as the Semi-Pro tournament, where we have Gold through Diamond solo queue ranked summoners participating. And the Amateur bracket tournament we are watching tonight is Bronze through Gold summoners. We do have 2 teams, I believe, participating tonight that actually played in the Open bracket tournament this Friday. They did lose in round 1 or round 2, but I believe they had some fun since they did come back for another event. I believe they faced off against Surprise I'm Back, one of our All Diamond 1 teams that participates in those events. For anybody watching interested in joining our tournaments, we do have a Team Finder feature on our website as well, where you can list yourself as a free agent, or list a team you're trying to make or looking to recruit summoners for. Play some Nickelback. Unfortunately, because we do attempt to upload all of our VODs to YouTube afterwards, we do not have license to play Nickelback music for you guys. So we do go Sans Music. Currently, we are looking into some licensing agreements with a few local providers. We shall call them providers of music. Some awesome artists. Alright, we're back into the game here. That's a double kill for the Tristana as the pause comes back. I do believe she was rocket jumping away as we came into that pause, but something turned around there while I was momentarily distracted. For anybody paying attention to my chat there, I did just add Surprise Mutabagu to the team roster of Long Eric Shin's crew, as he was accidentally omitted from their roster. I believe they are waiting to face their opponents, or their opponents may be complaining that the team roster was invalid. In cases like that, if you let us know, we will generally affect those changes for you, as long as it's a round 1 or round 2 game. Actually, we'll generally do it throughout most of the night, as we do understand that occasionally people become no longer available, and team rosters do need to change in order for those matches to occur. As long as the summoners are valid between the bronze and gold for this event. Question in the Twitch setup: how do we report a Smurf? We will report rules. We will accept rules violation reports at our main email address, which is admin@nossostock.ca. Jinx gets deleted in the top lane. Pantheon now all by himself though, versus the 2 remaining summoners. That is Thresh and Maokai, I believe, in that top lane. Literally trying to escape with their life. Will get out there using the tiger form to get away. Sorry, leopard form, tiger form. What the hell is Nidalee, guys? Fresh goes down to the Ahri in the team fight. I apologize for being distracted by Twitch chat. We have some reports that there may be Smurfs participating in the tournament, which we do frown upon, guys. Unfortunately, it is sometimes hard to identify a Smurf. We do consider people who are also inaccurately placed in the brackets to be a Smurf material. So if they're sitting at like gold 1 or gold 2 with the 70-80% win rate, then we consider that to be enough proof of smurfing. Though we do request that summoners participate on their highest rated account, not their main account necessarily, which means you will see summoners who have games where they are a week or two apart. The Maokai goes down in the team fight, sorry, a 3v1 fight more or less.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
Alright, bring it back to this game and allow Ymira to deal with the Twitch chat there. I apologize, guys. We do have some win reports starting to filter in here. Score now being 16-10 in favor of Climbing Silver. They're up by about 4k gold. This is a huge difference from only 5 minutes ago where they were a fairly even game. Now 3 turrets to 3.
Slain dragon.
That was a dragon, I believe, going over to blue side there. I apologize being far too distracted here. We have a bit of a mid lane contest now. Pantheon in the top lane against the Syndra. Syndra will be spotting the Pantheon first there. Pantheon taking a huge amount of damage before he even gets a chance to go back in. He does get deleted. Syndra only taking about 100 HP damage from him there. This Syndra, a huge powerhouse right now. Get the bracket posted back in the Twitch chat. We've had about 6 games conclude since I last took a look. Once again, guys, tonight we are currently in round 1 of Nostalstock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament, watching Climbing Silver on the blue side versus Versatile 5 on the purple side. This is Dark Orb shoutcasting for you tonight. Had a question in Twitch chat of who is shoutcasting. It is me. I am Dark Orbs. Anyways, awkward moment averted. Maokai farming down those wolves, and Ahri appearing to run for her life from the Syndra. Syndra being fed all the kills from her team right now, sitting at 8-0 versus the 1 kill apiece for all of their summoners aside from Thresh. The bottom lane pair for Versatile not doing very well for their team tonight. The Tristana managing to dominate that lane nearly the entire game. We'll see if the 1-fed Syndra versus the 3 or 4 semi-fed team members from Climbing Silver will be the overall power in this game. Ahri sitting there staying on a ward, decides to take it down instead of just stand there. They do have 5 summoners in the purple side jungle right now. There is vision, only from the blue side though, it would appear. Bit of a lull in action. They're going to end here as Zyra tries to initiate that team fight. Stranglethorns do not land though. And a blue buff going to go down to the Ahri here. Ahri will hopefully be able to put that to good use. She is sitting at 3-4-1 right now, so she has picked up 3 kills. She is slowly catching up in farm to the Syndra, who has dominated so far, sitting at 222 farm at the 26-minute mark. Seems there's going to be some contest in the mid lane here. We'll see if either team is able to initiate a fight here successfully. Maokai and Jinx being the farthest from this fight. Pantheon coming in potentially behind the main party of Versatile 5. Jinx coming in from the side. We'll get there in time to hear this fight. Pantheon eats the stun from Syndra. It's going to get deleted really quickly as he eats a Death Sentinel as well. The team fight is initiated. 1 down in favor of Versatile 5, 1 down for Versatile 5. That is the Syndra and Pantheon both going down. Tristana picks up a second kill as the Thresh goes down. She is on a rampage. Ahri lands a great taunt onto the Jinx, finishing her off. There will be 1-3 in favor of Climbing Silver. What an initiate by that Pantheon, sacrificing his life for this team fight.
Just wait.
Blue team going to set up for the dragon here. It will not be contested. This will be a second dragon going over to blue side. Climbing Silver, doing a great job with objective control.
Slain the dragon.
Alright guys, I am back. We have Climbing Silver now, up by about 6 kills. I can't count, that is 7 kills. I said about, kinda close. Up by 7k gold as well. They are now in a position of power during this game. Things were even to the 17-18 minute mark, though there was a slight divergence once we hit the 20 minute mark. Nearly might go down to Pantheon. He does have to flash, but he takes the kill. Syndra managed to get a nice stun onto Stone Samurai. That is their Lee Sin. Yes, it is. Lee Sin escapes with his life, though, getting a hop onto one of his allies. Pantheon going to ultimate in here, going to be way behind this fight. Should have ulted a little bit farther up to catch the opponent, though it does put him right into the middle of his team, which is kind of perfect since he has about half HP. See if they can catch out the Thresh there. Stranglethorns do miss. The stun comes out from Syndra, but does not connect to anybody. Pantheon awfully low there, does go down, the Descendants lands onto Lee Sin. Lee Sin gets locked down by Maokai. Ahri goes a little bit ham there, but escapes with life. It's a nice dash to get away from the opponents. We have all 5 members of Versus 5 that they do catch. That is Zyra going down. Lee Sin coming in, trying to pick off one of them with a Q, but it does not connect, and Syndra gets the stun. Now all 5 members of Versus 5 still there. 4 members of Flaming Silver chasing them down, not actually going to try and initiate this 4 versus 5. Pantheon all by himself here, gonna get himself taken down once again. That is a 3 versus 1 fight for Pantheon, not sure what he was thinking. That's another dragon going over to blue team. Kills now 20 to 15 in favor of Climbing Silver still, up by almost 10k gold here. I apologize being distracted by some, what I would call false smurfing reports. People with a 50% win rate at gold 3 without over 100 games, we consider to be a fairly well-placed account. Purple side now trying to push their advantage, having taken down the Zyra. We're going to see a little bit of a lull in the action here. Maokai almost getting caught out by Lee Sin, potentially being stronger than Lee Sin at this point. I'm not completely sure. Let's take a look at those numbers. Lee Sin being up a little bit in farm, definitely up by some kills. I do not believe they would have had any kind of massive fight though, as they both have some decent disengages. Some engaging in the mid lane here. Pantheon almost going down, but escapes with his life so far. Thresh trying to finish him off. You're going to see the rest of their team. Oh, Pantheon goes back onto the Thresh. It's going to cost him one more auto attack. Super Mega Death Rocket connects to that Pantheon. A kill for Jinx. Thresh now all by himself versus 3 summoners. He does go down. Maokai trying to come in and finish off the job on the Zyra there, sitting at half health. Climbing Silver now going to be able to potentially push that mid lane a tiny bit. Nope, I lied. Climbing Silver not actually going to be able to push his mid lane. I was expecting them to try and siege that turret a tiny bit as Versatile 5 had 2 summoners being forced to recall there. It seems like they're going to go and get Vision on Baron instead. Lee Sin going to give the blue over to Ahri here. Take a moment to get their team set up for the next team fight here. Nidalee all alone to defend this mid lane against both Ahri and Pantheon. Thresh comes in from the side. Syndra is not far away. There could be a team fight here. Jinx a little bit behind. Lee Sin and Zyra also trying to make their way up to that mid lane. Pantheon down to the bottom. Going to try and get this bottom inner turret potentially defended as there's a huge wave from the purple side. There we go. Pantheon taking the pressure off that bottom lane. Alright, so to take a quick reassessment of this game so far, farm numbers across the board, Pantheon and Nidalee fairly even with just around 240 farm apiece at the 40-minute mark. Some decent farm numbers, exactly what I would expect from mid-level ELO teams at the gold level here. Then Maokai and Lee Sin, a bit of divergence in their kill scores, but fairly even farm as well, only a 12-14 farm difference. A bit of action in the mid lane. I'm going to go back to the game here. Alright, they lull again. So the biggest discrepancy being in that mid lane where Syndra is up by about 100 farm on Ahri with a 50 farm difference in the bottom lane, Tristana having dominated Jinx. So a bit of back and forth this entire game. Only a 4 kill difference right now. 1 turret in favor of Climbing Silver, that being 4-3. They have picked up a number of dragons, securing them a 6k gold lead. Yes, I will back up my computer later. No, not back up now. Wrong button. Alright guys, we'll get back to the game momentarily. Back to the game. Whew, here we are. Got a comment that I should have a co-caster. Yes, regularly we do have more than one caster here. Thresh taking a huge amount of pressure there from the Lee Sin. He does go down. That's a 4 versus 1 more or less, despite having the rest of Versatile 5 there. Nidalee getting caught up by Pantheon as well. See how that entails. Sorry, how that plays out. Jinx taking a huge amount of pressure under her turret. Is forced to flash away. Lee Sin now getting caught out under that turret, taking a number of turret hits. He will not take too much damage from that, though. Fairly impressed by the strength of this Lee Sin here, able to just stand there and tank that turret for upwards of 10 seconds. His team managed to take it down. He will go down to 300 HP. He does get deleted by the Jinx, I believe. Yes, by the Jinx. What a huge amount of action here, guys. That is 3 kills to 2. Nidalee and Maokai both being extremely low. We will see this inhibitor potentially going down as Tristana is free to pound away on it. Pantheon making the plays under that bottom lane turret. Takes a spear from Nidalee as well as an extra turret hit. He might go down here. Nidalee, again, going to be against 3 of Climbing Silver summoners there, though. Grabs the lantern from Thresh and will get away. Pantheon trying to push his ult over onto her. Will ultimate back and gets caught by the death sentence, and he goes down. Bit of a turnaround of that. Seems like Climbing Silver may have overstayed their welcome in Versatile 5's base. Cost them a couple of summoners. Sorry, a couple of champions, I guess. The summoners still being around when those champions respawn. Another dragon going down to Climbing Silver as Tristana pretty much solo farms that. Jumps into the red pit with a rocket jump. Gonna grab her team a dragon and then grab herself a red buff before she recalls. Versatile 5 defending this mid lane, trying to farm down those super minions. Jinx grabs herself a red buff as well. And I've got popcorn, hooray! Sorry, a bit of an aside there. Hope you all go grab a snack. Come back, catch the next games here. We are 42 minutes in to our round 1 game. This has been an intense, long game so far. We had about 10 minutes of pause time, so it has been an entire hour of gaming so far for this one matchup. That's a Baron going over to blue side, and we have a question in the Twitch chat of how does the streaming work, how many teams are playing, and how do the matchups get chosen. While we have a bit of a lull here and teams are going to farm out those jungles, I will explain that. Traditionally for the round 1 game, I go through my friend list and see who I have on it to make sure I can get into a round 1 game, and then from there we follow the winners of that game, and I will add or remove people as necessary to make sure that I get into that game, or that our streamer at the time gets into the game. Traditionally it's not always me streaming, so it's a mostly random pick for the first game, and then from there we follow the winners of that all the way into the finals. So no matter what, the finals will get streamed. One of the semifinals will get streamed, as well as one of the games from every round. Of course, I could have waited until this disconnect by Lee to explain that, but it's going to only last about 10 seconds, so we're going to get back into the game. Oh, Crazy Horse, I'm sorry. You just wanted to know the number of checked-in teams. I think somebody else asked how the streaming worked. But yeah, we do have 20 teams participating tonight. And this Maokai goes down. This could be a turret in favor of Climbing Silver as the Thresh goes down as well. It's a double kill for the Tristana. Tristana being a huge powerhouse now, sitting at 9-1. Tristana making Syndra look not quite as impressive despite the 320 farm. Actually, Tristana sitting at 358 farm, definitely making this Tristana look not quite as impressive, though Syndra did dominate her lane. Not able to be as useful for her team as the Tristana's huge DPS is, as well as the remainder of the feed that the remainder of her team has. That's a double kill there. This could be the end for Versatile 5. Super Minions pounding away on the Nexus. Nexus down to a quarter HP. That is the game. Alright guys, that was round 1 from Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We just watched Climbing Silver defeat Versatile 5. I will double check the team members on Climbing Silver, make sure I get myself added into the game. And congratulations to Climbing Silver there. That's a great round 1 victory. From such a close game to such a strong victory. Exactly what I like to see from the amateur bracket tournaments. so taking a look at the bracket here, we will see that all of our round 1 games have concluded, so congratulations to those 4 teams on emerging victorious into round 2. It seems that all of our round 2 games that started at 7 o'clock have concluded as well, aside from the game between Sludge Belchers and Trevor's Hose. I'm going to assume that the other round 2 games are starting up or have started up, and we'll have the game between Climbing Silver and Nickelback T1K, SK Nickelback T1K starting momentarily. The winner of that game will be facing off against Los Burquenos in the quarterfinals. So this is our round 2 game leading into the quarterfinals. We'll have started up momentarily. Just waiting for the invite for this round 2 game, SK Nickelback T1K, potentially not knowing that the game between Climbing Silver and Versatile 5 has already concluded. A little bit of Nickelback hype in the chat. Is there a member of Team Nickelback in the Twitch chat? Your game is waiting. It is up to the blue side, top of the bracket, to actually make that lobby. So we're waiting on a member from Nickelback T1K to make the game for us. To add a member from SK Nickelback T1 just to make sure that they are aware that their game is waiting. Unfortunately, I'm at 300 friends once again, so I do have to remove a couple of people to make this happen. So once again, guys, we just watched the round 1 game between Climbing Silver and Versatile 5 in the Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Bracket Tournament for August 3rd. This is Dark Corp showcasting for you tonight. Looks like SK Nickelback T1K. I'm just going to call them Nickelback from now on. So Nickelback has started forming that lobby up, just waiting for the remainder of those summoners to get those invites. Seems like I've been invited to the game, but the lobby is full. Just waiting for a second invite to come in here, since the lobby was full there. We'll get our round 2 game on the stream started up momentarily. See if we can actually get this game started. There we are, into the game. Down to spectate. Looks like all 10 members are here. We'll get this game started momentarily. A mainly silver team on blue side, Nickelback being composed of 3 silvers as well as 2 golds, against the 2 silvers and 3 golds showing on Climbing Silver. Apparently 3 of those summoners successfully climbed silver, sitting at gold 5 and gold 4. Congratulations to Raiko, My Explodes, and Kazumari. Two of Nickelback summoners sitting at silver 1, so not unsuccessful in climbing silver, but not quite successful in exiting it yet. Once again, guys, this is a round 2 game in Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. We are going to be catching teams Nickelback versus Climbing Silver. Nickelback being on the blue side, Climbing Silver now on the purple side. we did just watch Climbing Silver play against Versatile 5. Climbing Silver emerging victorious. Twitch chat saying, don't underestimate Gibbums. Alright guys, we're going to be keeping an eye on Gibbums. Let's see how he's doing. He is sitting at Silver 1 with 5 wins right now ranked. Sitting at number 13 in his league. 0 LP. Not too far from gold. Gibbums, you can do it. You can get to gold. We trust in you. Gibbums in the Twitch chat. That guy sucks. No, Gibbums, you rock. Alright, so we're into champion selection. Just waiting on that first band to come out now. Once again, guys, this is a Not So Stuck Gaming amateur bracket tournament. We will be doing 2 giveaways on the stream if we can reach 100 viewers. That is, a first giveaway at 50 viewers will be a mystery skin to one lucky Twitch Chatian, as well as at 100 viewers we will give away a $10 RP code. Such15 in the Twitch chat, apparently a member of the team waiting for this game to conclude. That is... Climbing Silver. There we go. Los Burquenos says he's excited to see who wins this match, getting a little bit of intelligence there. The spies in the Twitch channel right now. The spies. Alright, Zyron Tristana being banned out by Nickelback. Syndra and Malphite banned out by Climbing Silver. Alright, Braum and Jarvan 4 being the last summoners banned out. Apparently a summoner may have misclicked. So Climbing Silver may be playing with a slight disadvantage there, having the misclicked ban. He did play Syndra last game, so that was likely supposed to be their summoner champion selection, not actually a ban for their team. That is quite unfortunate. We'll see what he plays on mid lane instead of the Syndra. Morgana getting locked in for Nickelback by Best Kevin EU. This is NA though. We'll see if he's the best Kevin NA as well. Oh, coming into chat correcting me. Apparently, last game the mid laner for Climbing Silver was Ahri. That is correct. It was Syndra they played against. That could be an intentional ban. The Malphite and J4, however, are apparently one of those bans has misclicked. Not sure exactly what happened there. Interesting selections from Climbing Silver coming out here. Darius, a fairly strong top laner. Shaco, not something we get to see played too often in the jungle. He is an amazing assassin if played correctly, though. Lee Sin and Kaelin getting locked in for Nickelback. This will be the second Lee Sin we get to see played tonight. Also, more intelligence that apparently, I don't know, 69 did play a Syndra in their last game, so that Syndra was likely a targeted ban. Jinx and Thresh getting locked in here for climbing silver. They did just play against the Jinx Thresh combo when they were playing as Tristana Zyra. So they could potentially be like, that's a good lane combo. Despite having just defeated it, they're like, let's see, or let's show them how it's done. See if they can show us how the Jinx Thresh combo is supposed to work. Ghost Telepath, of course, doing a decent job at it. Just not quite enough to defeat the Tristana Zyra pairing from climbing silver. A LeBlanc getting locked in for the mid lane, and Vladimir potentially going for the top lane. Just waiting on the mid lane selection. Going to be a Radioactive Bunny selecting that mid lane champion. That's right, guys, you heard it here first. Radioactive Bunny. Orianna getting hovered over here. We'll see if that gets selected against the LeBlanc. It does. No teleports in the game. Could be... oh, I apologize. Vladimir has opted for a teleport over the Ignite he was previously showing. Alright, so we are into the Spectator delay. These Summoner spells, Runes of Masteries, are now finalized for both teams. Taking a quick look at the bottom lane matchup, we do have the Morgana-Caitlyn pair for Nickelback, which is a fairly strong poke composition, as well as the lockdown coming in from Morgana's Dark Binding. Caitlyn also having a little bit of CC there as well with the snap traps. I believe they're called Yordle snap traps. Caitlyn evilly hunting those poor little Yordles. If you can get a bit of a wombo combo between those two snares, that can be a lot of time for Caitlyn to put some DPS down, a lot of time for a champion to sit in that cesspool for Morgana. So a fairly strong poke as well as all-in from that bottom lane. Jinx and Thresh, of course, being a fairly evenly matched lane for them. Thresh will have a little bit of trouble against Morgana with the Black Shield, though if he is a decent Thresh and knows how the Morgana mechanics do work, it is possible to land those death sentences while it's up, pull yourself to her, and still land the flay for the CC as well as the slowdown. Sorry, the hard CC as well as the slow. You can time out that Black Shield, and while it is up, you can connect the death sentence, but it won't actually do the CCing effect. It will just allow you to pull yourself to him. We also have the Vladimir versus Darius in the top lane. We do see Darius with the Ghost Teleport. Ghost being both an offensive and defensive spell, can be used fairly effectively, especially on summoners such as Darius or Nasus. Vladimir opting for Flash and Teleport. Mid lane matchup being LeBlanc versus Orianna. Orianna having stronger CC, in my opinion, than the LeBlanc. Sorry, Orianna having, yes, stronger CC than the LeBlanc. The LeBlanc does have the hard stun as opposed to a displacement from Orianna's ult. Orianna having the AoE ultimate, though. If you can catch all 5 of your opposing summoners inside of that displacement, it can be hugely devastating, have great effects for your team. Jungler's Lee Sin versus Shaco. Shaco, the interesting choice that's still throwing me off a tiny bit. We will potentially see him setting up his boxes around one buff and running for another one, or going for an invade. Lee Sin, of course, going to need more of a leash than Shaco. Shaco not requiring any sort of leash at all. We'll see how they decide to play this one out. We are 10 seconds to the load screen, and we will be a few moments after that we get into this game. Once again, this is a round 2 game from Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. Team SK Nickelback T1K versus Climbing Silver. We are into low screen now. We see 1 silver trim right away. 4 silver trims coming out from... that is Climbing Silver. So only that Thresh unranked last season, or Bronze last season. Not sure what's worse, unranked or Bronze. No offense to Bronzes, of course, it's just a terrible place to sit sometimes. Of course, every division has their horror stories of beaters and disconnects and terrible, terrible people being very, very mean to you. Of course, in team play, such as our tournaments, we are working with 5 summoners who do know each other and hopefully are a little bit more friendly, get to have a lot more fun. Bit of a long load screen here. Lee Sin seeming to be the last one loading into this game. Will be starting momentarily. I hear the rift, it must be coming. Alright, we're in the game, folks. The buy is slowly coming out. Bit of a slow buy from both teams here. Darius and Thresh not yet buying their items. There we go, Thresh has bought his items, Lee Sin has bought his items. Darius still sitting in the base, as well as Morgana and Vladimir. This here is the difference between having item sets composed so you can just quickly click those items and having to actually tab through the menu to buy and find your items. The quicker you can get out of the base, the better setup you will be pre-game, especially in the event where you're playing to invade. Get to that enemy tri-bush a little bit faster from the purple side, or get up to the pixel bush, that is the bush outside of the dragon in the river, and into the next bush there where the Orianna is currently sitting, before your opposition. And then, you know, if you had 2 or 3 summoners in there, as opposed to just 1 who would be coming in from the other team, can be a great situation for you. Nice early first blood.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Reports from purple side that the game will not pause. Could be a potential problem here. Alright, so this game may actually end up continuing. I'll attempt to let summoners know that they can. See if this goes to the right person. Nope. Figured out how to send messages. I only use /R normally. I'm trying to get a message out to one of these summoners saying that, guys, it's not in tournament mode. You can restart it so that pause feature will become available to you. I'm not concerned about him having to pee. It's more if they have lag or DCs later on that I would enjoy them being able to pause the game and not have it be a huge throw. So hopefully there are no connection issues for the remainder of this matchup. Shaco just grabbing his blue buff now. He did start red apparently. It looks like summoners are lined up here. Here we go. Thresh in onto the Morgana. This could be a problem for Morgana. She's down to about 200 HP. Burns her flash. She gets out alive, though. Darius zoning the Vladimir in the top lane, looking to push his minions right to that turret. Orianna lands a nice ball onto the LeBlanc in the mid lane. Shako coming up, potentially coming in for a gank in this mid lane. He could just be going for those rays. No, he is going for a gank. He will come in invisible. That's a huge amount of damage onto LeBlanc. The leash comes in, he eats the stun. Orianna throws the ball. A well executed gank for Shako, but not quite enough to take LeBlanc down. Darius is exerting a huge amount of pressure onto this Vladimir at this early point in the game. Vladimir farming under his turret right now, taking... Ooh, that's a great spin from the Darius. Actually managing to connect with Vladimir there. Lee Sin in the mid lane, waiting in the wing to take down this Orianna. We'll see if this gank can be more successful than the last one. Shako now in the top lane. Lands his Q onto the Vladimir. Gets bitten by him. I'm not sure what that skill is. It seems to be a life steal. Not a huge Vladimir fan here. I mean, I enjoy him. I just haven't played him or looked at his kit at all recently. Thresh comes out with a great dance, but Morgana flexes the black shield. Dark Body comes out, but it's a swing and a miss. Darius chasing down the Vladimir, gets a great pull onto him. Vladimir pulls out. Shako now in this top lane as well has not been seen yet. He is seen now. Vladimir down to about 100 HP. Ignite comes out from Shako. That could be enough. That is enough to kill him for first blood. Going over to Climbing Silver. Question of how do you put a game into tournament mode. When you start the game, there are multiple game modes available, such as Summoner's Rift, Howling Abyss, etc. And once you get through that selection, there is the option to go either blind pick, draft picked, or tournament draft. Whereas blind and draft don't have a pause feature, and tournament draft does. I believe that's actually the only difference, is that pause feature. Vladimir is pulled into Darius again, pulls out, doing a fair amount of damage to the Darius. Darius getting Vladimir down to 200 HP though. A number of pings from this bottom lane. Looks like both junglers will be down there. Lee Sin coming in from behind the bushes. Shako coming in from the tri-bush on their side. I believe there's a tri-bush there. Yes, it is. Could be a gank and a counter gank. Shako looping around to the river. Heading up to mid instead, though he has not yet seen that Lee Sin. He will not know there's going to be a gank in the bottom lane. So the gank, counter gank has now ended. This will simply be a gank from the Lee Sin, which may or may not be successful. He is sitting in that bush on top of a ward, so he has been spotted out. Shako now in the mid lane. Orianna and LeBlanc both getting very low. They both go down, so that's a great exchange in the mid lane. Shako now potentially going to push down this turret, get a little bit of damage on it at least, except he will be content to push the minions there and go for the Wraith camp of Lee Sin's. Lee Sin might potentially spot out this Shako. There could be some action in the blue side jungle. Vladimir and Darius duking down the top lane again. Vladimir taking a little bit more pressure than he's going to want there. Darius doing a great job so far, up by about 7 farm. Farm numbers in the mid lane also up by 7 in favor of Climbing Silver. Bottom lane, Jinx is down by 5 farm to the Caitlyn. Climbing Silver up by 1 kill, up by about 700 gold. 7.5 minutes into the game. It's still anybody's game, still fairly close. Jinx and Caitlyn having a farm fest in the bottom lane. They are on top of the numbers for their teams respectively. Caitlyn having the best farm in the game, Jinx being only 6 farm behind. Looks like Darius might successfully force Vladimir out of lane once again. Darius now well under the Vladimir turret. See if the proxy farmer has initiated a fight there. Looks like he was attempting to proxy farm it. Jinx at about half HP here. See if Caitlyn or Morgana can land a good poke there. Could be the end of Jinx if they do. Shaco opting to take his blue buff instead of passing it over to Orianna in the mid lane. Morgana lands a great Dark Binding into the Pillar of Peacemaker comes in from Caitlyn as well as the Ace in the Hole, but Thresh blocks the Ace in the Hole, not able to quite finish off that Jinx. She does take a huge amount of damage though. Darius now forcing down this top lane turret all by himself. Vladimir just coming back into lane having been forced to recall. Dark Binding comes out, but it hits a minion. Nearly connected with Thresh there. Not quite close enough. LeBlanc gonna eat a bit of poke from the Orianna in the mid lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Vladimir's back to taking a bit of pressure. He pulls in onto the Darius. This could be a mistake. He does get dunked before Lee Sin can even get there, having been coming in for a gank from the side. Lee Sin blasts Darius back with his ultimate. He does take Darius down before almost getting himself killed. Lee Sin will be successfully walking out of that alive. LeBlanc goes down to Orianna in the mid lane. Well played by Climbing Silver. Darius, unfortunately for him, being punished for that kill on Vladimir, not realizing that Vladimir was coming out because of a gank. When your opponent changes their playstyle, becomes a little bit more aggressive, a little bit too aggressive for the situation they're in, generally that does mean there is a jungler or someone else roaming quite nearby. Of course, Darius choosing, instead of to retreat immediately, he did take the Vladimir down, which is a good call on his part. However, Lee Sin was able to take him down in turn. Gold difference at exactly 1k. Climbing Silver up by 2 kills on Nickelback. Nickelback being on the blue side, Climbing Silver playing the purple side. This is round 2 of Not So Stock Gaming's amateur tournament. Once again, Dark Orb shoutcasting for you tonight. LeBlanc taking a decent amount of pressure as she is ganked by the Shaco in the mid lane. Caitlyn Morgana doing a great job of pressuring the turret in the bottom lane. Morgana lands a nice Dark Binding onto Jinx, but nobody's able to capitalize on that. Lee Sin in the purple side jungle looks like he's farming down those wolves. There's some action in the bottom lane. The ultimate comes out from Morgana. It does lock down 2 members of Climbing Silver. Lee Sin now eating the exhaust. He is solo versus 3. The Super Mega Death Hit Rocket comes in and takes him out. Jinx from downtown. on Twitch chat that Valve owns Dota 2. I believed that was a Blizzard product, but I could be mistaken. That is always possible. Huh. It is Valve owned. I don't know why I believed it was a Blizzard product. Apparently I am completely crazy. You guys are correct, and I'll get back to the game. Alright, I'm gonna get back into this game, guys, after a slight distraction there, not knowing who owned Dota. I did believe it was Blizzard, but I have been proven wrong. It is a Valve Corporation product. Oh, you know what? It was Heroes of Hearthstone, I think I looked into, actually. Actually, I could be wrong there as well. We've had so many MOBAs recently, so many different esports-related titles. We're looking to expand the different titles if you guys have any kind of suggestions. We have attempted to run 1 or 2 Smite tournaments in the past. They were not overly successful events. We had a low turnout, but with the right people, it could be quite fun to get back into again. Kills now sitting at 4-7 in favor of Climbing Silver. They are up by about 2k gold right now. Dark Binding comes in but does not connect. Sliding right between the Jinx and the Thresh. Vladimir under his opposing, or under the Darius' turret. Darius tries to dunk him, but Darius goes down first. An extra turret from to this Vladimir. He's down to about 100 HP. Jacko comes in for the kill. Dark Binding comes out and just misses that Thresh once again. Lee Sin in this bottom has been spotted out. Jinx grabs the Lantern to escape with her life. LeBlanc coming into this bottom lane. We'll see if she did distortion over that wall. And blue side sets up for a dragon, looking to close this gold gap a tiny bit. Losing a turret for Orianna, now heading towards the dragon pit. Dragon goes with the blue team. LeBlanc initiating onto the Orianna. She's down to about a half HP. Shako going to try and save her. There's going to be a 3 versus 2. LeBlanc flashes, and that's a kill going over to Lee Sin on the Orianna. Shako going invis to escape with his life. Now a 1 and a bit K gold lead difference. Sorry, gold difference. The lead being in favor of Climbing Silver still. Nickelback doing a great job of closing that, though, having just picked up that dragon and a kill on Orianna. Dark Binding comes out, connects with the Thresh, not the target that Morgana was looking for. Caitlyn steps onto a trap from the Jinx. Lee Sin is in this bottom lane. He picks up the kill on Jinx right under that turret. He's now well behind this Thresh. Thresh might be able to take him down. We'll see how this plays out in the bottom lane with Lee Sin being behind that first level turret. Shotgun now coming in, looking to get this kill potentially. Caitlyn goes down to Darius as Darius is teleported into the bottom lane, grabs the Lantern from Thresh. Lee Sin now in trouble as Shako has found him. Tries to ward hop out of danger, but ends up ward hopping right into the Shako, and Lee Sin goes down. Climbing Silver choosing to recall there. Darius and Shaco heading out from that bottom lane. Jinx and Thresh are now back there. Vladimir's in the bottom lane here. Seems like both summoners have abandoned that top lane completely. Darius now heading back out to top lane though. It has been locked down with both him and Vladimir not being there for a little while now. Vladimir actually caught out by the Thresh, eats a Flay and then a death sentence, gets exhausted, just avoids those chompers. Swimming a Death Arc comes, but it's not quite enough to finish him off. Shaco now going to pull off this chase, jumps into him. That's going to be a kill for Shaco. There's a shutdown onto Shaco by Caitlyn. Jinx, having grabbed the lantern from Thresh, gets out with her life. There's going to be potentially another kill coming in here as LeBlanc gets shut down by the Jinx. Jinx getting excited, gets locked down by Morgana in the Dark Binding. Caitlyn eats a chomper. Jinx trying to escape her life, having been exhausted. Caitlyn burns her flash to try and pick up the last hit there. She does successfully pick up the last hit on both her and both Jinx and Thresh. That's a double kill for Caitlyn. Darius doing a little bit of work in the bottom lane now. Sorry, in the top lane he took down the turret, I suppose. I thought I saw a kill in favor of Darius. I could be crazy. Orianna trying to defend this bottom lane turret against the Caitlyn Morgana pair. She's being fairly successful so far. That Dark Binding just misses her. Get the bracket posted in the Twitch chat again. It appears that all round 2 games, aside from the one we are currently watching, have concluded. Blue buff going over to LeBlanc in the blue side jungle. All of purple side now set up to take this bottom lane turret. It will take 5 of them, but it looks like they will be successful. It will not be contested. LeBlanc goes for the mid lane turret to try and counter this. We'll see if Climbing Silver chooses to push for the second turret there, or is going to split up and go to defend the mid lane. Lee Sin successful in taking the top lane turret with the help of Vladimir. They're going to try and rush this bottom lane inner turret, while Vladimir and Lee Sin decide to push the top lane inner as well. Caitlyn Morgana showing up to defend the bottom turret here. They will not have the damage potential required. Thresh lands a death sentence onto Morgana. Darius tries to hook her, but it's not enough to get the dunk. We're down to about 200 HP there. Vladimir and Lee Sin going to be successful in taking the inner turret in the top lane, as Shaco gets there a little bit late trying to defend it. What a trade there. An outer turret and an inner turret. The top versus bottom lanes. According to our Diamond Showcasters, the impossible, taking the bottom turrets as well as inhibitor is more advantage than the top, as it is farther from Baron. So having the pressure into your opponent's base at the farthest point on the map from that Baron will allow you to set up for a Baron a little bit earlier if you can get those objectives. Seconds till Dragon's on the map again. Dark Binding comes out but does not connect. Chompers come down to stop the pursuit. The scores this game, once again, very even. Now actually I was about to say a 1k gold, but as that turret goes down it comes completely even for both sides. A 2-kill difference, a 1 turret difference, 22 minutes into the game, still 100% anybody in the game. There is an initiation here. Climbing Silver, looks like they might be in trouble. Nickelback getting awfully low as well. There will be a kill onto the Orianna. That is 1-0 in favor of Nickelback. And the disengage happens there as Climbing Silver goes to farming this lane, trying to defend the bottom inner turret. Nickelback went to set up for a dragon there, and Jinx goes down as she tries to come in to stop it. Thresh might get caught out as well. LeBlanc and Caitlyn both chasing him. We'll see if they can finish this off. LeBlanc flashes over the wall, distortions into him, and gets the chain off. That is a kill onto Thresh. Shaco does not get spotted by the Caitlyn there. He was at about 300 HP, so Pills over Peacemaker, blindly thrown, could have finished him off. A great escape by the Shaco. After that Dragon and those plays, we are looking at a 3k gold lead in favor of SK Nickelback T1K. Climbing Silver was, I was going to say dominating, but they weren't up by more than 2 or 3k gold as well. So a decent turnaround here. We're looking at Nickelback coming back from behind. We'll see if Climbing Silver has an answer for this, if they can turn it back around in their favor. Shaco in the blue side jungle almost gets caught out. The Dark Binding and the Lee Q do miss though. Pings from blue side saying Darius is here. Shaco now back onto his side of the map, firing out those Wraith camps. Looks like Dark Binding comes in, hits a minion instead of the Jinx though. That was almost a Jinx lockdown. Would not have been the most successful lockdown if it were, as there were not any members of Nickelback in range to capitalize on it. However, it would have been a nice throw. And by throw, I mean throw of Dark Binding. Caitlyn lands a great 9 caliber net onto Shaco, affecting her escape. Dark Binding comes in, does connect with the Thresh. We'll see if that's going to be initiated. It will not. A little bit of ward clear going on here as the ward from Nickelback gets taken down by Climbing Silver. Dark Binding comes in again, just misses Orianna. That will be the Wraith camp going down to a combination of Darius and Shaco. Shaco dropping a turret. Another ward comes out into the bush. Looks like the bottom lane has a little bit of minion pressure starting to form up. Jinx will be responding to that. Vladimir actually in the top lane, already trying to get a little bit of minion pressure in their favor there. Still 4 members from Climbing Silver in the mid lane. Looks like 4 members from Nickelback also responding to this mid lane push. LeBlanc and Lee Sin coming in from the side. Vladimir now starting to return to this mid lane and potentially going for that blue buff instead though. They do have the blue buff timer, so it will be a blue buff going over to LeBlanc. Darius getting pinged back from his team as Lee Sin and Vladimir start to head to that top lane for him. Jinx also going to recall from the bottom lane, having just relieved that pressure. Caitlyn awfully low to the Orianna ultimate. They're not going to be able to finish her off though. There are 4 members of Nickelback in this mid lane trying to siege this turret down. The outer turret in that mid lane is still alive. At the 26-minute mark, having an outer turret is quite impressive. Orianna doing a great job of defending her lane. Once again, guys, this is round 2 of our Not So Stock Gaming Amateur Tournament for August 3rd. We are currently watching Nickelback on the blue side versus Climbing Silver on the purple side. This is Dark Corp shoutcasting for you tonight. We are sitting at 13-12 kill score, 3-4 in turrets, with a 2-3k gold lead in favor of Nickelback. We are almost 30 minutes into the game. The winners of this game will be going on to face, I believe, Los Taquitos. Let me double check that team name. Sorry, Los Porquetos. Who have already secured their quarterfinal position in round 3. Looks like this mid lane outer turret might be going down here. It does go down to the Caitlyn. 5 members of Nickelback in this mid lane versus the 5 members of Climbing Silver now in the mid lane as well. Shaco being in the wing. Dragon coming up in 1 minute. Looks like they're going to try and clear out the vision around the Dragon Pit. Thresh throws a Death Sentence but does not manage to connect with anybody. Darius stepping onto the Snap Trap from Caitlyn. Will be seen at the very least. Dark Binding comes through, does not connect with the Shaco, though it is awfully close. Welcome back to the Twitch chat, the Crazy Horse. And that's going to be Orianna nearly getting deleted. She does go down, as I say that. Shaco in a lot of trouble as well. He does get the shutdown onto LeBlanc before he goes down, though. Lee Sin picking up the kill onto Shaco. 2 for 1 in favor of Nickelback so far. This team fight is still going. Lee Sin all over the opposition, throws the kick, blasts Thresh into that Jinx. Jinx down to 100 HP. Thresh sitting at about 300. Lee Sin not able to finish off. Jinx throws the Super Mega Death Rocket for the kill. And Caitlyn is unstoppable taking down that Thresh as this fight progresses. Darius going back in. He gets deleted.
Blue team double kill.
That's an ace for Nickelback. 2 kills, 2-5 in favor of Nickelback. Well played with that kite. They were quite successful in kiting their opposition as the opposition tried to take down those last 3 summoners who were remaining. Blue team will take a dragon as well after that fight. Question of what just happened. What just happened was Nickelback at least Sin going a little bit ham as Purple Side tried to escape or chase down from a team fight, and it just did not go in their favor. The motion and the choke points through that. I am not actually 100% sure how that went down. I was quite impressed by Nickelback taking out all 5 members of Climbing Silver, securing themselves a now 6k gold lead at this 30-minute mark. Shaco getting cut out by the Caitlyn poke. We'll see if he goes down here. Caitlyn doing a huge amount of damage with those auto attacks. Throws the ace in the hole, but it's going to almost get blocked by Thresh. Not quite successfully. Shaco does go down to about 200 HP. A Dark Binding from Morgana could have ended that, but she does not see him in time to take him out. Nickelback now looking to siege up this mid lane or potentially set up for a Baron. You have Darius all alone in the top lane. It looks like they're going to sweeper that Pixel Bush. There are no wards around the Baron from Purple Team. A little bit of a lull in action here. Jinx gonna get caught up by the Lee Sin Q. Throws the Chompers down. Darius getting locked down by a Dark Binding. Climbing Saber looking to force down this mid lane here. They're all 5 summoners in the mid lane, while Vladimir and Caitlyn are both op split in the bottom and top lanes respectively. It appears that Darius will teleport to that bottom lane inner turret to stop the Caitlyn advance, leaving only 4 of his teammates in the mid lane. Thresh getting locked down by the LeBlanc. LeBlanc almost taking him down with the burst, but has to distortion back out to stay alive. Q from Lee Sin just missing Shaco. We now have 4 members of Nickelback looking to push this mid lane inner turret. They could be successful. Vladimir also pushing the top lane. He's on the inhibitor turret. Darius and Jinx going to be responding to that. Thresh getting mighty low to the LeBlanc. He does go down. It's now 4 members sieging a turret against the 2 defenders. They are successful taking that turret down. Orianna throws her ball into Morgana, does a huge amount of damage. She's down to below half HP. LeBlanc comes in locking down the Shaco, I believe. Bit of a lull in action here as Vladimir is content to sit in that top lane trying to farm it out, make sure he maintains as much pressure as possible against that top lane turret. Looks like the majority of Climbing Silver is going to respond to this here. We do have 2 if not 3 members going for him, Darius and Jinx, as well as the Thresh. So Thresh heads back to the mid lane. 4 members of Nickelback sieging down this mid lane as well. Vladimir split pushing that top lane. It will be 2 versus 1 though as Vladimir gets pulled into the turret. He pulls out to stay alive. Thresh heading back to that top lane as well, will not get there in time, ends up going back to mid. Thresh all over the map here trying to keep all the turrets alive. Morgana takes a huge punishment there as Orianna throws her ball. Death Superting, a Death Rock comes in and deletes the Thresh, and that's going to be a kill onto LeBlanc, who gets caught out by the remainder of Climbing Silver. 1 kill for 1 there. Vladimir gets pulled in by the Darius, does not manage to land the dunk on him. Caitlyn almost stayed in the Trampers too long, but managed to get out without being CC'd. Shaco now into the back line of Nickelback, gets blasted back by the Lee Sin ult. Darius taking a fair amount of damage from that Caitlyn who is focusing him. Jinx gets caught out and killed by the Lee Sin. Vladimir goes down in that as well. 2 kills for 2. Orianna fairly low here. Morgana goes down to the Shaco. Darius goes down to the Lee Sin. Orianna left. Lee Sin just misses that Q as the ball gets thrown towards him. Caitlyn not wanting to step on it quite yet. Orianna might get out of this alive. She will pull off those jukes, start to recall from around the Baron pit. Caitlyn and Lee Sin now looking to push down this mid lane and inhibitor turret. Thresh is there to defend it though. We'll see if Thresh can be successful. Caitlyn putting a huge amount of damage onto it, standing there around the minions. It's some poke onto Thresh. He is down to about half HP, a quarter HP. He flashes out to stay alive. Turret still up at half HP, and Orianna is backed up defense, so Thresh was successful. A 7k goal lead at the 35-minute mark, well, 36-minute mark here in the game, in favor of Team Nickelback. They are up by 6 kills and 1 turret. They do have an additional inner turret, as they have both the top and mid lanes inners, versus only the bottom lane inner turret going down for their opposition, that is Climbing Silver on the purple side. Shaco could be in trouble. LeBlanc doing a huge amount of damage, and he does pop around, but he gets deleted. The Shaco ult not going to be enough to save him there. We see Nickelback initiate the dragon. It appears that Climbing Silver is not aware of this dragon going down, so it will not be contested. We see him gets this smite on and it goes down. Jinx farming out that top lane like a madman. Vladimir and Lee Sin going to respond to it, but Jinx will no longer be there by the time they arrive. Some great plays coming out of Nickelback tonight. Climbing Silver having just defeated Versatile 5 in a comeback upset. They did start this game fairly strong, but Nickelback has made the comeback here. Now up by almost 10k gold. We'll see if Climbing Silver does have the answer for this team. Ooh, Thresh gets deleted as LeBlanc comes in full force. Darius and Jinx now responding to this top lane push from the Lee Sin and Vladimir. There's going to be an engage here. They're going to focus down this Jinx. Jinx down to half HP. Vladimir down to half HP as well. The ultimate comes out from Lee Sin as well as Jinx. Jinx misses the Super Mega Dash, but goes down to Vladimir as the extra ticks of his degen go through. The ace in the hole comes through, landing onto Orianna, even though it was aimed at Darius. Orianna doing the nice thing and blocking it for him, though she did take a huge punishment for that. The mid lane inhibitor turret goes down, as well as the inhibitor. Looks like Nickelback is going to switch over to this top lane now, try and take the top lane inhibitor turret as well. They do have 20 seconds till Jinx is up, though the remainder of Climbing Silver is now alive, and her turret's at about half health. Darius in the middle of the fray here. Arcabani comes in, locking down Darius. Caitlyn going to try and punish him for that. Shaco down in the bottom lane, looking to take the inhibitor turret for his team as well. This split push could be successful. It could be a base race going on right now. It looks like the majority of Nickelback is going to fall off to respond to see if Shaco can get the inhibitor in time, even this out a bit. Caitlyn gets caught out by the death sentence. The ultimate comes out from Thresh, and Caitlyn gets shut down by Orianna. Shaco not going to be able to get the inhibitor here. Dark Bind comes out from Morgana. It does connect, but he pops his ultimate, potentially going to stay alive here. LeBlanc is there, though, and that's going to be... Sorry, not LeBlanc, but Vladimir is there. It's going to be a kill onto the Shaco. Vladimir now farming out this bottom lane. They have lost that inhibitor turret, but the inhibitor is still up, so there will be no super minion spawning, meaning that farming it out just that far will be enough. An inner turret goes down in the mid lane. We are now 6 turrets to 6, so there is an inhibitor advantage for Team Nickelback. Climbing Silver doing a great job of trying to come back into this. They have closed that gold gap down to 7k. Once again, guys, this is round 2 of Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. We'll be doing giveaways if we reach 50 and 100 viewers tonight, so tell your friends to come join us. If you're joining us for the first time, this is Not So Stock Gaming, as I just stated. This is our amateur bracket tournament. We do these every week, as well as an open and semi-pro format tournament. You can check that information out on our website. And the event registration forms are on each events page, so just at the bottom there, I believe the form requests that you give us a team name, team tag, 5 or up to 9 summoners, as well as an email address you guys can be reached at. And that's so we can forward you the bracket information, as well as check in stuff at the time of the event, sorry, the day of the event, though that is also available from our website. We do send out a reminder on the day of each event. We also have the Team Finder feature on our website, for those of you looking for a team. And it's where you can list yourself as a free agent, or you can actually list a team you are trying to form or looking for additional substitutes for. Vladimir getting caught out by the Darius here. Jinx now on top of him. He does eat the chompers. A poke from Jinx does miss, though. Vladimir pulls into the 2 of them. Vladimir gets deleted by Darius. That's a dunk. 4 members of Nickelback now pushing this top lane, though. Thresh gets deleted. Orianna is now in trouble. Orianna pops her Zhonya's to try and stay alive here. Sorry, not Vladimir, but Darius is in the top lane as well now. He has officially 1 versus 5, though. Darius going to go down. That's a double kill for Caitlyn. This will be the inhibitor turret. Only the Jinx and Shaco left alive. Shaco around that Baron coming in from behind. Potentially going to take down the LeBlanc, who's been received the black shield from Morgana. We're going to attempt to focus on Morgana instead, though. Morgana gets deleted. Shaco goes down for it. Jinx left alive with about 200, 300, 400 HP. I can't count. 3 members of Nickelback left to push this Nexus turret. There will be 1 Nexus turret going down. First Nexus turret of the game.
Purple team's
We potentially will be seeing the second Nexus turret fall here. 3 seconds till Thresh comes up, 20 seconds till Orianna, the rest of them on even larger timers. We have Jinx and Thresh pushing against 3 members of Nickelback. That is a kill onto the Lee Sin, but the Nexus goes down. Congratulations, SK Nickelback, T1K. You have emerged victorious in round 2 and will progress to our quarterfinals. Alright, so a pretty great game there. It was fairly even throughout most things, and then Nickelback got their advantage and pushed that momentum pretty hard. I do believe that I don't know 69 is a member of SK Nickelback T1. I'm just going to verify I didn't send that message to the wrong person here. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling. Okay, where'd it go? There we go. And yes, he is. Perfect. We'll get an invite to the game between SK T1 Nickelback and Los Burquenos. Refresh this page, see if that has been updated on the bracket. The bracket has not yet been updated, so we'll do that right now for you guys. SK T1 Nickelback did emerge victorious over Team Climbing Silver. Team Climbing Silver putting up a great fight, but not quite having enough to emerge victorious in the end. Critical saying I typoed the link to our website. Yes, our website is not so talk, it is not so stock.ca. I'll get that posted in the Twitch chat once again. I've also posted the bracket as we have updates showing there. Seems I may have an invite to the game here. It appears we may have a slight delay here. Nope, there's the invite. Once again, it is in tournament draft mode, so pause feature should once again be available. Get myself into the game here, move down to spectator mode. Just finding out if Team Nickelback needs a quick break here to get themselves reorganized and ready for the next game. Looks like Best Kevin U is saying that they are ready to go. Members of Los Burquenos. I'm going to double check those team names. Let's get this live on the stream. Los Burquenos. On the blue side, not quite yet ready. They are mainly a silver team with 2 gold members as well, which is fairly similar to the team roster we're seeing offered up by Nickelback. Once again, should be hoping for a fairly even game here. Those of you paying attention to my client chat there, Dark Candy Fiddles is a good friend, an old friend. Unfortunately, I don't get to play with him very often, and he sends me invites constantly. See if he wants to join me to Shoutcast. He has quite the funny voice. Crazy little man he is. I believe he was looking to actually get onto a team there. He does have a team. They're actually getting ready to participate in a live event coming up fairly soon. That is in Montreal. Not offered by us. We are still looking to plan out our first live event. It has not yet occurred. We'll let you guys know when that will be happening, especially if you are local summoners. We are based out of Ottawa, Ontario. So our first events will be here, and then spreading, hopefully, all the way across Canada in eventuality. We are into the game here, though, so I'm going to get off my little ramble as we are starting round 3 of Not So Suck Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. Syndra gets banned out right off the bat. Potentially a targeted ban once again against the summoners from Nickelback, who did allegedly play a Syndra in round 1. We see Tristana as the second ban from this is Lost for Quanos, as well as a Lucian and Leona ban coming out of Nickelback. Waiting on that last ban. We do get to see a LeBlanc get banned out. LeBlanc having just done a very good job for the mid lane on Team Nickelback. Those looking like all targeted bans. Lucian, Leona, and Lee Sin as the final ban for Nickelback. I believe they just played Lee Sin in the jungle. Not sure if that was an intentional ban here as targeted ban or just an early summoner selection potentially. We have had people misclicking those bans apparently all night long. The gold or bronze woes that summoners sometimes face. Once again, guys, if we can reach 50 viewers tonight, we'll be doing a mystery skin giveaway. If we can reach 100 viewers, we'll be doing a $10 RP code. I don't know, 69 saying the Lee Sin ban was intentional. Glad to have you on Twitch chat with us. Maokai getting selected for Gorilla as the first pick coming out of Los Burquanos. So as I was saying, guys, bring your friends, come join us, have an awesome time watching the bronze through gold matchups here. We've seen two really even games with some amazing plays for the night so far. Looking forward to catching round 3. This is our quarterfinals. We're going to see Jinx and Volibear hovered over here for Team Los Burquanos, with the Vladimir and Elise getting locked in on Nickelback. You see the Elise, the Jinx and Volibear, not Vladimir. Vladimir already locked in for Team Nickelback, so that Jinx and Volibear do get locked in on Los Burquanos. Emir asking Ellis Font, if you bought something for $9.95 and all you had was a 10, what happens? And Twitch Strat says, you get the Nickelback. Nickelback being on purple side right now. Versus Los Burquanos on the blue side. Caitlyn being locked in fairly quickly for Nickelback, and Ahri getting not even hovered over, simply selected. We'll get to see the Ahri come out from Nickelback for a second time tonight, as well as that Caitlyn who did really well last game. Looks like a Yi and Katarina as the last picks for Los Burquanos. Once again, both of these teams have won 2 rounds so far, I do believe. Gonna double check the bracket here, see where everybody started. Actually, I guess SK to Nickelback did have a round 1 bye, so they won their round 2 game to get to the quarterfinals. Los Perquenos had a round 1 bye as well, so they defeated Supernova to get to the quarterfinals. The bracket currently showing that SK Nickelback has already defeated Los Perquenos. We did have an accidental double match report entered there, so myself as well as Yamira likely saw the match report from Nickelback winning their round 2 game, and as we both said, hey, they won. It double input it, putting them all the way into the semifinals, but they are still sitting in this quarterfinal matchup with us. So we will see them playing against Los Perquenos. We'll see if they do win it, or if Los Perquenos emerges victorious. The other quarterfinal game that is still occurring is Sludge Bleachers versus Silver Light Dragons. The other two quarterfinal games have actually concluded, meaning Forsaken Gaming Team and Luong Eric Shin's crew are in the semi-finals currently. Bit of a discussion going on in the Twitch chat there that Canada is practically America, saying that Nickelback is from Canada, but that is in NA. So technically, yes, it is North America, though not to be confused with the USA. Not to, hate on the USA at all, but we are from Ottawa, Ontario, being solidly rooted inside of Canada, one of Canada's top esports providers, if we do say so ourselves. We do have a minute and a half of spectator remaining here. We'll get this game started up. Taking a quick look at the champion selection we've had. Seeing a Master Yi in the jungle. Always a strong jungle champion versus the Elise. Potentially see Yi farming out a little bit longer than Elise will. Well, Elise might go for some earlier ganks, trying to get her laning partners fed up as fast as possible, while Yi will likely be building a Feral Flare first off and trying to farm that up as quickly as possible, despite the changes to Feral Flare recently. Maokai looking like he's going to be in that top lane versus the Vladimir this time. An interesting lane matchup to say the least, and Katarina versus potentially that Ahri in the mid lane. Two very assassin-y mid lane champions. We'll see if they can dominate their opponents and get their roam on nice and early, or if there's going to be some level 6 roaming coming out of those mid laners. Morgana Caitlyn for climbing silver, as well as the Jinx. And I would like to say Volibear support. First time I'm seeing this in a tournament, though I have seen it in solo queue played quite successfully. Volibear being a support that throws most people off, especially at the lower ELOs of play, as we would consider the bronze through gold tournament. Not to say anybody has low ELO, you're all quite awesome and doing an amazing job, and I've watched 2 great games so far. But compared to the gold through diamond tournaments we host on Saturday nights, this is our lower ELO event. Alright, we're going to be into load tune here, guys. Round 3 for Nostalgia Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament getting started here. This is the quarter-final matchup we're going to catch on stream, heading into our semifinals after this. We do have 2 people already qualified for the semifinals, waiting on 2 more matches, including this one, to conclude for the other 2 semifinalists to be determined. Once again, while we're in the low screen, I'm going to remind you that we will be doing giveaways at 50 and 100 viewers. I really want to get rid of this RP card. Would love to scratch this code off and message the information to one very lucky summoner. We'll be doing a RP giveaway at 100 viewers. We'll also do a mystery skin giveaway at 50 viewers. Of course, I could change things up, do them backwards. Let's see when we hit 50 viewers what I decide. Everybody's stoked, let's get some RP. Alright, I'm done. But yeah, if we get to 50 viewers, I will give away a $10 RP card code tonight. I don't actually send you the physical card, we just message you the information that is the code on the back so you can unlock the RP for yourself. I get to keep the cards because I have a giant stack of them, and who doesn't want a giant stack of cards? Maybe we'll give them all away even though they have no RP left on them, just for giggles, after we get rid of all of the RP codes. Who wants to get a stockpile of useless RP cards? Not that our cards are useless, it's just once I scratch them off and give the code to somebody, it no longer really has huge value. We do have a number of cards with codes remaining, which will be given away if we reach 50 viewers tonight. At least one. Do a mystery skin and an RP code at 50 viewers if we get there tonight. Alright, we're on to the Summoner's Rift. I can stop rambling about that. I think I just cost us 10 viewers. We went from like 35 down to 23. No one likes the sound of my voice, apparently. Volibear and Katarina, having some slow buys here. Katarina going for boots and a health pot as her first items. I have not seen a summoner start with boots in quite a long time. We'll see how that works out for her. Vladimir not yet buying his items. He's still in that base. We'll see if the pause comes out here, potentially not having connected yet. See those wards coming down nice and early. Caitlyn knowing that ward is in the bush potentially. She does drop her ward into the pixel bush. Volley and Jinx all set up right around this blue buff, waiting for it to spawn. And as I say blue, I realize it's technically red buff. He deciding to start red as as Climbing Silver. Not Climbing Silver, it is Nickelback on the purple side, Los Perquenos on the blue side. Gonna double check that, looks like it is, yes. Sorry, Nickelback on the blue side, Los Perquenos on the purple side according to the bracket. It appears that that is actually backwards. It is Nickelback on the purple side here with Los Perquenos on the blue side. Not a huge issue. Both teams managed to get into the lobby, get the game started. And Sludge Belchers have emerged victorious from the quarterfinals, securing that semi-finals position. They will be waiting for this game to conclude for that match to start up. Volibear and Jinx heading to the bottom lane a little bit later than their opponents. It will not make a huge difference though, as no minions have gone down that I can see. Ahri and Katarina duking it out in the mid lane. Volibear grabs level 2, we'll see if there's an engage here. Volibear and Jinx actually hitting level 2 before their laning opponents, even though Morgana and Caitlyn were there first. It appears they have done a better job of getting those getting that farm taken down. As Caitlyn takes down this minion wave under her turret, they will hit level 2 as well. Level 2 coming out all the way across the board now. Maokai taking a fair amount of pressure from this Vladimir in the top lane. Taking his first recall fairly early. It appears he has finished his clear of the jungle, though the bottom side of the jungle has respawned. He goes back to purchase his... I don't know if he purchased anything. Address Razor. Is that the second level item? Yes, I believe it is. So start with Machete, build it into the Madred's Razor. That is correct. Put potentially going for the Rigos Lantern here. Elise coming into the mid lane, not going to be able to catch Katarina out. She does repel and gets an auto attack onto her though. Action in the bottom lane as Morgana lands a nice Dark Binding and the cesspool comes out. Elise now in this bottom lane, waiting in the wing to pick up a gank. It appears she was sitting on top of a ward though and got spotted out. Will fall off into her jungle. Ahri landing some great poke onto the Katarina. Katarina taking a little bit of punishment there. And Jinx getting some poke onto the Caitlyn. A nice auto attack with her rocket launcher activated. Maokai now down to about a quarter HP, sorry, a third of his HP. Farm numbers across the board. Scoreboard needs to be reorganized so I can take a look at this. Alright. Vladimir in the top lane against Maokai. Volibear in the support position. Looks like he goes in there onto Morgana but does not actually land his grab. He eats the cocoon as Elise is in the bottom lane. Choppers come out to stop this advance, but Elise repels over it. There we go, scoreboard is now organized. Farmers across the board. Yi actually well out farming the Elise, having not gone for a gank yet this game. He is now in the top lane, though. We will see him potentially go for this Vladimir. First blood going over to Ahri in the mid lane as she takes down Katarina. Katarina not having quite as much range as that Ahri will mean her early game is going to be a little bit weaker than Ahri. Potentially there's a gank in the top lane. Maokai going down to about a third of his HP again against the Vladimir, despite having help from that E. Nearly a successful gank, but Vladimir pulled away there. Vladimir having a great escape mechanic. Dark Binding comes in but does not connect with the Jinx. We see Cesspool come out as well. So again guys, this is the quarterfinals for Nostal Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. Dark Binding lands onto Volibear. Cesspool comes out as well. The combo that you would expect to see from Morgana comes out a little bit slower than expected. I don't believe she was actually expecting to land that Dark Binding, so she waited to see if it landed before dropping the Cesspool. His kill score currently 0-1 in favor of Nickelback. Los Perquenos doing a great job, however, of maintaining their farm numbers. Katarina actually up 10 farm on the Ahri despite being down by 1 kill. He up by over 10 farm on the Elise in the jungle with an even kill score of zeros all the way across the board. Zeros mainly all the way across the board despite the mid lane, aside from the mid lane where Ahri is up 1 over the 0-1 of Katarina. Farmer is actually in the bottom lane, a little bit different than the remainder of the map, where Caitlyn is actually out farming the Jinx by 10 farm. The remainder of her team's lane is actually down by 10 farm. Vladimir and Maokai evening things out a bit. Maokai goes in onto the Vladimir, but not able to do too much damage. They seem to burst each other down fairly equally. Maokai goes in once again onto Vladimir, catches him out fairly hard here. Not able to do the damage he needs to finish him off, though. He's finishing off that blue buff, having just handed the actual buff over to Ahri. Sets the respawn timer on that camp. Katarina down to just below half HP. She's down to a quarter HP. One more auto attack will finish her off. She does go down to the Ahri in the mid lane. Ahri doing an amazing job here. We'll see if Katarina has the answer for this, if she's able to potentially start roaming to pick up those kills, get herself caught up in the lane. She is out farming Ahri, but these kills on her will cost. Vladimir looking to make a move onto Maokai. And meanwhile in the bottom lane, Jinx and Volibear putting some huge pressure onto that bottom lane turret. Cesspool comes out. No Dark Binding to lock them down, though. We're going to see if Caitlyn and the Morgana have an answer for the Jinx Volibear combo. Alright, catches the Volibear with her taunt, does a huge amount of damage. He's down to about half HP in one burst. Caitlyn gets the burst on him as well. As Dark Binding comes out, but he flashes away from it. Great escape by the Volibear. Meanwhile in the top lane, Maokai down to about half HP. Vladimir farming away up by only 4 farm over the Maokai, but in a position of power right now. Going to push that minion wave all the way to Maokai's turret. You see Ahri and Katarina outside of that mid lane actually fighting over a ward. Fairly even matchup so far, despite the 2 kills in favor of SK Nickelback T1K. Lost Frequentis is doing a great job of putting up a fairly consistent fight here. Having his Pharaoh Flare already. Sorry, that's a Wriggle's Lantern, I believe, not a Pharaoh Flare. Yes, that is the Wriggle's Lantern. My apologies, folks. He is sitting at 50 farm compared to the Elisa's 24. We'll see him being a powerhouse as we progress into the mid and late game. We have not seen very many ganks come out from him yet. There was one in the top lane. He is now sitting in this bottom lane, potentially going to go for the Morgana-Caitlyn pairing. Elise also in the bottom lane. It could be a gank, counter-gank situation. You see Elise now sitting in that Tribush, waiting to engage onto the Jinx or the Volibear, not being aware that the Yi is actually there. Vladimir taking an extra 2 turret hits against the Maokai, nearly getting himself into a little bit of trouble there. And Ahri pressuring down Katarina again as well. Nickelback putting on a great showing here, managing to be up by 2 kills, a solid 1k gold, sorry, 500 gold. Up by actually fairly even farm numbers across the board, but now up by a turret as well. That is the bottom lane turret going over to SK Nickelback T1K. And Yi around the Dragon Pit takes a huge punishment. It appears that Elise and Ahri were trying to set up for that dragon, but they do get forced off of it. Yi going to pop his meditation stance. His HP back up nearly to full. And this moving Nickelback setting up once again for that dragon. There is a teleport coming in from the top lane. The teleport will successfully go through. And Yi all over the Ahri with the help of Katarina. Let's see if she goes down. Ultimate from Caitlyn comes in, but it gets blocked. Not sure how that got blocked. Oh, I apologize. The Caitlyn is on the purple side. It was not coming in to kill the Katarina, but to help save her. We now see Yi get deleted. And Elise goes down. That is 4 kills for 1. Actually, I apologize. It was not the Yi that got deleted. That was a member of purple side going down, who is sitting there dead. I don't see a body. Must have respawned. Dragon now going to go over to Lost Frequentis. That is an amazing dragon defense, leading to those 4 kills for 1 or 2, as well as potentially this dragon here with only Caitlyn up to try and defend it. Jinx throwing the Chompers down to stop Caitlyn from coming in anywhere close to the dragon. And that's a dragon going over to blue side. Once again, Lost Frequentis on the blue side versus SK Nickelback T1K on the purple side. From Twitch show that none of these guys have wards. There are two vision wards on the map that I can see, as well as about 5 of the standard sight ward. Could explain why there are no wards in the item slots of these summoners, aside from the Elise, who does have 1 sight ward remaining. I believe there is a sight stone on Morgana as well as the Volibear. So supports do have those wards. We are seeing a fair amount of warded coverage in that bottom lane. So the ward, the vision is being dominated currently by the blue side. That is Lost Frequentis in that bottom lane. Vladimir having a ward in the top lane bush. And as everybody knows, or everybody should be aware, and if you are not, we're making you aware right now, Vision wins games. Which is the reason for actually dropping these wards. We see a Vision ward coming out in that top lane. Maokai takes down the sight ward from Vladimir. And Ahri takes down Katarina in a one fell swoop in that mid lane. A huge amount of damage coming out of Ahri there. We are nearly 15 minutes into this round 3 game. That is our quarter-final matchup between Los Percuenos and Nickelback. Currently, this kill score is at 4-2-4. We have a gank and a counter gank in this top lane. We're going to see the Maokai get deleted, as well as Vladimir. That is 1 for 1 so far. It's now going to be double kill for Yi. That was going to be Yi versus the Elise. Elise having, sorry, Yi having a little bit more damage than Elise. Ahri comes in, misses her taunt, misses her poke. Yi flashes over the wall to get out alive. That's an amazing escape by the Yi. Ahri not going to be happy about missing both of those skills. Of course, Ahri sitting at 3-1 is doing very well for her team. Yi sitting at 2-1-2, slowly becoming a powerhouse as well. Jinx doing fairly well for her team as well. Caitlyn having 0 kills, 0 deaths all the way across the board, sitting 1 farm above the Jinx. Jinx will be up by about 600 gold on her, so not a huge difference. We do see the Infinity Edge completed on Jinx versus the partially completed Infinity Edge on the Caitlyn. Caitlyn's going to recall here and potentially finish that Infinity Edge off. Huge punishment in this mid lane again. Actually, only ending up down about 100 HP. She hops over to the Morgana. We see Yi coming into the mid lane as well. He jumps onto the Ahri. Ahri taking a huge amount of punishment now. The ultimate from Morgana comes out, but Ahri goes down. Super Mega Death Dark comes through, but it's a little bit late to take the last hit. Elise in the top lane, not able to connect with the Maokai. Throws that cocoon, but it misses. The game now in favor of Los Percuenos. Up 7 kills to 5. Up by about 2k gold despite being down 1 turret. They are up by a dragon. I believe it's only 1 dragon so far this game. There's a huge initiation there as Katarina pops her ultimate, not able to get the killer. She gets deleted instead. We're going in 1 versus 3. A little bit of a misplay by Katarina in the mid lane there. Thought she had the kill, but it was not quite enough. E and Jinx now trying to take down Ahri. Jinx doing a fair amount of damage. They might be successful. Ahri burns her flash to get over the wall. Jinx burns her flash as well. She's now popping rockets all over Ahri. Gets the chompers behind her. And that's going to be a kill. Throws the Super Mega Death Rocket, but at least dodges it with Repel. Vladimir now in this mid lane as well, doing a decent amount of pressure onto the Jinx. Yi might be in trouble. I was going to say has an exhaust on, but it's not an exhaust. He popped his ultimate. Vladimir going to get a double kill here. No, Jinx takes down the Vladimir and escapes with about 100 HP. Jinx getting excited. It is 2 kills for 1 in the mid lane. Maokai East Dark Binding. Caitlyn's going to land her Pokemon with Piltover Peacemaker, and Maokai trying to engage onto Morgana with a Black Shield stops any damage from going through. Both teams now having 1 summoner decide they have to recall. Ahri coming out of the base as well as that Jinx coming out of the base. We will see that Dragon is up. Caitlyn going to potentially drop a ward near it. Jinx and Volibear heading towards that bottom lane, potentially going to take this red buff for their team. Jinx will be able to put red to good use. She is sitting at 401 currently. And we have a pause come out. Thankfully this game is in tournament draft mode, and they are able to actually pause it this time. It was quite unfortunate that the game was started without the pause feature for the last matchup, and the summoners did not decide to restart it, though there were no serious connection issues that I was aware of. I did not see anybody disconnect last game. So I'll pause, guys. Once again, we have the bracket available for you on our website. I'll get that posted into Twitch chat. We also have all of our events for August listed in that schedule. It's pretty much a calendar of our events. The registration form is on each individual page, so you can go ahead and check those out, see if you would like to bring your team and participate. We also have the Team Finder feature where you can form a team or join a team, as well as featured streamers where a number of our shoutcasters, as well as some community teams that maintain their own streams, are featured on our website as well. So far, a great game we're watching this quarterfinal round. Kill score currently 9-7. Only one turret going down at almost the 20-minute mark. You see both teams being ready, and the pause is going to be undone as we see that resume timer get started. Jinx clearing out a ward around that dragon buff. We will see the majority of Lost Requeno start to set up for dragon. Morgana, Elise, and Caitlyn all in range to contest it though. Ahri could come down from that mid lane as well. The dragon will go over to purple side here. The first kill going over to purple side as well. There's going to be a kill onto the Caitlyn though. Lost Requeno is doing a great job of punishing their opponents for taking that dragon from them. 2 kills for 2. 3 kills for 2 in favor of Lost Requenos. It's going to be an ace for the dragon. Nickelback does manage to secure that dragon, but they're going to pay for it by getting ace. 2 kills to 5. That's going to be a turret in favor of Lost Requenos as well. Ace plus a turret, potentially an inner mid lane turret as well here. I apologize for my silence here, not a whole lot of action going on here. Some pokes missing, but no hard engages, no big team fights. Everybody content to try and farm out the lanes, get a little bit of pressure going. Vladimir could be successful in sieging down this top lane turret. Maokai responds just in time though, it would seem, taking out that minion wave, doing a fair amount of damage to the Vladimir. Vladimir down to just below half HP, he's forced to pool to try and escape. Maokai all over him still though, the sapling comes out. And Vladimir will go down. Well played, Maokai, well played. Saves his turret, takes down the Vladimir, resets that top lane. We'll see if he can turn this into a turret of his own. Luluf going over to Ahri. Looks like they're going to potentially head to that bottom lane. There are 4 members of Lost Requenos in that bottom lane already.
Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
That's another turret going over to Lost Requenos. Now 3 turrets to 1, having just picked up that outer in the mid lane as well as the inner in the mid lane, and now forcing down that bottom outer turret. I apologize, that was actually Maokai picking up the top outer turret. This bottom outer turret is still up with about 1 hit worth of HP there. We see as Volibear takes it down. Now sitting at 4 turrets to 1. Let's turn the top lane going over to Vladimir. Some action in this bottom lane as well, as it appears that
Blue team double kill.
I'm trying to figure out what just happened. There's a blue team double kill behind that turret. I assume that Katarina or Yeet has paid for the life for it. This will be a blue team inner turret going down, as well as there are 3 members left to push it down. Just the Morgana there to defend it. Vladimir in the top lane trying to get an inner turret of his own.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
They are successful in getting that inner as well as the inhibitor turret. Vladimir having, I believe, successfully gotten the inner turret for himself in that top lane. Not the counter he would have been looking for. He did not expect that inhibitor turret to go down in the bottom lane. Thankfully, they did respond in time to save the inhibitor itself. Now at 18 kills to 11, 6 turrets to 3. Maokai all by himself against 3 members of Nickelback. We'll see if he can escape this with his life. The rest of his team is now coming in. Volibear and Katarina there. It's going to be 3 versus 5 though. Ari tries to throw her taunt, but it's not going to connect. It's going to be a dragon going over to Los Frequentos. Los Frequentos in a position of power right now, being up by only 7k gold, but they are up 6 turrets to 3. There's going to be a huge team fight here as Caitlyn gets to the lead fairly quickly. Elise trying to save herself with the repel. She will get out of this alive, potentially. Katarina all over the Vladimir, not going to do the damage she needs to. We see Yi going in fairly deep. Now it's going to be a 5 versus 4 fight to try and take down this turret. They're going to decide to fall off that turret and go for the inhibitor in that bottom lane instead. Possibly a good choice to try and backdoor the inhibitor, though Morgana is there with the Ahri. They do have a defense, but there is no turret there for them to have to siege against. Morgana goes down to the Maokai. Ahri's going to go down here as well, but I believe Maokai just got the leader. The Katarina got the leader, actually. A double kill for the Maokai, who's still going strong. Make that a triple kill. Sorry, Yi picks up the last hit on the Elise. Then Vladimir takes down that Yi. Maokai now in trouble. He does go down to the double kill for the Vladimir. Alright, I've got more popcorn for the end of this match. Hope you've all brought your snacks. It's been quite the show so far as another inner turret goes down in favor of Los Frequentos. Nickelback is in trouble here. Now 22 kills to 14, 7 turrets to 3. It's a solid 8k gold lead in favor of Los Frequentos. We have seen Nickelback do an amazing job of defeating Climbing Silver in their last match. However, they did not come back from this much of a deficit. They did come back from about a 3 or 4k gold deficit. It was about 10 minutes earlier in the game. We'll see if they have the answer here. The team composition from Los Frequentos being a little bit stronger than the team composition we saw come out of Climbing Silver in the last match. It could be difficult for Nickelback to make the comeback, but it's still, at this point in the game, in my opinion, anybody's game. Maokai takes down the ward around Baron, apparently scaring Nickelback into thinking he's actually going to initiate that Baron. He takes a huge punishment there. He appears to be able to walk out with his life. Yi, however, might get caught out. Ahri coming in against the Yi and the Maokai takes down the Yi fairly quickly. Maokai now looking to take down the Ahri. Maokai, however, is 1 versus 4. He does go down. Katarina jumps in the center, taking Ahri out. She is now 3 versus 2. Sorry, 1 versus 2. Caitlyn pops her ultimate, getting the last hit onto Katarina just before Katarina finishes her off. Katarina not actually able to take down the Caitlyn, who gets out with about 100 HP in action in the base now. Morgana gets deleted by a Jinx. It's a double kill for Jinx as Elise goes down as well. Jinx and Volibear now looking to push this this inhibitor turret down. Sorry, not inhibitor turret, but inhibitor down. The inhibitor actually already is down. They're just looking to clear out those minions, keep the pressure on that lane. Jinx takes off as Caitlyn tries to get out of this lane and try to farm out those super minions. I would have assumed that Caitlyn was looking to pick up the kill onto Jinx, but it seems she is content to actually not face check that bush. End up just going for those minions, push out that lane, take off the pressure. Maokai might get cut out here, but the cocoon misses from Elise. Call it murder. No spoilers in the Twitch chat. I don't know if you're saying they prevailed in 1 or they're just prevailing. I don't know if this game is actually over currently, or if it's still happening. We could have another 10 minutes, we could have another 3 minutes, it could be over in seconds. We'll see what ends up happening here. Climbing Silver, sorry, not Climbing Silver, but if Nickelback is able to turn this around. Well, he's getting caught out there, tried to repel away, but it will not save her life. Looks like Lost for Aquenos is going to set up for a Baron here. We'll see if Nickelback is going to be able to respond to this in time. Baron down to about half HP already, a quarter HP here. Going to be uncontested. That is unfortunate for Nickelback. Ahri and Morgana looking to defend this mid lane inhibitor turret. Morgana goes down. Ahri goes down as well. It's going to be the inhibitor turret going down. Potentially this inhibitor. It's going to be the inhibitor going down. 2 Lost for Aquenos. 1 Nexus turret remaining. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in. Vladimir is in the pool, so does not actually hit him. Elise gets deleted on the pool, as well as Caitlyn. It's an execute onto Yi, but this will be the Nexus dropping in favor of Lost for Aquenos. Lost for Aquenos qualifying for their semi-final position. Good job tonight, guys. That is 2 victories for Lost for Aquenos, qualifying them for the semi-final slot. We will now be catching Lost for Aquenos versus what appears to be Sludge Belchers. So we'll get the bracket updated here momentarily. Just to state that Los Recuenos has actually defeated Nickelback. Alright, so that bracket should be up to date now. It is showing live on my screen. I'm going to scroll down here and see who are the members of Los Recuenos. Potentially add Scooch15 to my friends list here. Then we can get an invite to that game momentarily. It's actually going to allow me to add somebody. Apparently I deleted enough people earlier today. Volleybear ended up 1-0-4 that game. Flawless victory by technicality. Down by at least 5k gold on the remainder of his team, though. Not a huge kill participation. Give up to the Twitch chat. I still believe in Nickelback. Nickelback was not a lie. Unlike the Cake. Cake was always a lie. Nickelback put on a great show tonight. Did an amazing job getting as far as they did into the quarterfinals. Denied that RP placement, though, losing it in the quarterfinals. The semifinals, as some of you may be aware, some of you may not be aware, once you get to the semifinals, you are guaranteed a minimum of 800 RP for up to 5 summoners on your team. So, qualifying for those semis, they are in the money slots. Nickelback getting knocked out just before they got there. It is an unfortunate situation, but somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, and we are now down to 4 teams remaining. The losers in the semifinals will progress to the bronze matchup, where they will play against the losers of the other semifinal match, and to determine the 3rd and 4th place victors. We do have one semifinals game actually already concluded. It appears that Lung Eric Shin's crew has defeated Forsaken Gaming Team. So Long Eric Shins is now waiting in that final slot for the winners of the Los Recuenos versus Sludge Belchers. And Forsaken Gaming Team is waiting for the losers of the matchup we're about to follow. Here's I just got a game invite potentially. This is from Scooch15, so we'll get into this lobby. It's gonna be this. Oh, lobby is full. Someone needs to move down to the spectator slot, and then I'll be able to get into the game. It is in tournament draft. I'm gonna start double checking that every time I click accept. Alright, I'm gonna move down to spec. Let Scooch join back into his team. First bronze summoner we're seeing all night. We do have MLG 360 No Scope sitting at bronze 5 with 39 wins. Congratulations to, I'm going to double check the team name, Sludge Belchers on getting this far with a bronze team member. Goes to show that ELO is not everything. People are a little bit confused by who the spectator is. This is Dark Corps. I am shoutcasting the match tonight. We have all 10 summoners in the lobby. It appears that both teams are ready. We will be getting this match started momentarily. We see Lee Sin and Aatrox get banned out right off the bat. Once again, it appears that we have summoners, sorry, both teams playing on the wrong side of the map, which doesn't actually make a huge difference. People say blue side, it's like playing with the home side advantage. Most people are kind of more used to playing on blue side. But it is supposed to be mostly random, and these teams did line up on the opposite sides of the lobby. Not sure they were aware that the top side of the bracket does get blue side and start the lobby. I believe Sludge Belchers did invite Lost Broquenos, so Lost Broquenos could have formed up that lobby as they are on the top of the bracket. A little bit of confusion tonight. This is the second game we've caught doing this, so not a huge problem. We see Aatrox, Kassadin, and Morgana banned out by Lost Broquenos, as well as Lee Sin, Maokai, and Annie bans from the Sludge Belchers. Not sure about that Annie ban. Could be a targeted ban, though we haven't seen an Annie come out yet tonight. Leona and Lucian getting locked in, potentially that bottom lane pairing, unless Lucian ends up going mid for Lost Broquenos. Tristana locked in. Amumu hovered over, swapped out for the Janna pick though. Seems like MLG 360 No Scope will be not letting us know who he's actually planning to select until he locks that in. It appears he's going to end up locking in that Alistar. Alistar, one of my favorite support champions, played him quite excessively throughout Season 2 and 3. Though he's fallen off a little bit this season, in my books. I mean, he's always been a not top-tier support. Though he was recently reworked, giving him a little bit more viability in games. Still one of my very favorite support summoners. Just not something I play as often anymore. We're going to see a Katarina getting locked in here for Lost Broquenos. And they did just do fairly well with that Katarina, though she had a few problems in the early game. Master Yi getting hovered over as well. We have a Poppy getting hovered over here, as well as the J4. Not sure exactly what's going on here. Tristana could end up being bottom lane with the Alistar, though with this composition she could also be mid. Potentially going to see a J4 or the Elise in that mid lane, unless the Poppy does get swapped out for a proper mid laner. I was kind of expecting to see Poppy top because of that teleport showing, but we're going to potentially be seeing the Elise or Jarvan, more than likely Jarvan, in that top lane. Jarvan, of course, still actually only being hovered over, not yet selected. They do have 3 seconds to finalize these champion selections. It appears that J4 and Orianna will get locked in. Pretty strong Wombo combo team composition coming out of, that is, Sludge Belchers. Alistar with his AoE damage and crowd control. Orianna with her AoE damage and crowd control. Jarvan with his AoE crowd control, as well as a fair amount of damage, and Tristana with her AoE damage. Though lack of solid crowd control, at least having a little bit of single target CC as well. So an all-around strong team composition for Sludge Belchers. The Leona Lucian combo for this is Lost Broquenos on the purple side. So the Lucian Leona combo for Lost Broquenos will have be an interesting time versus the Alistar Tristana. Alistar being the #1 Leona counter, at least as far as Season 3 was concerned. Lucian and Tristana being, in my opinion, fairly even as far as the mobility goes. The Lucian will have a slightly stronger early game potentially. Of course, junglers Yi versus Elise, I believe we watched that last game's matchup as well. Well, Shyvana is something new to the top lane as well as the Jarvan 4. Alright, now that summoners have 30 seconds to finalize those runes and masteries as well as their summoner spells, and then we'll have 3 minutes of spectator delay. I will take my leave momentarily and be back for load screen. I apologize, guys. I'll be right back. I missed the load screen. We have not actually missed any of the action yet.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I got back in time to be welcome to the Summoner's Rift. Everyone, welcome to the Summoner's Rift. Once again, this is Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. This is our semi-finals tonight. We have had one team already complete a semi-finals game. Sorry, two teams. That is one matchup in the semi-finals. Alistar giving us a decent example of his cinematics and his voiceovers. If you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
The spider eye, and you the fly.
Minions have spawned.
There will be no level 1 shenanigans apparently. Both sides content to set up for their buffs. Katarina complimenting Orianna on her ball. J4 taking it a tiny bit too far. Alright, buffs are initiated. Tristana and Alistar heading to lane, Leona and Lucian heading to lane as well. Katarina and Orianna already duking it out in this mid lane. Once again, guys, this is Sludge Belchers on the blue side versus Los Broquenos on the purple side. This is our semi-final matchup of Not So Stock Gaming amateur bracket tournament for August 3rd. And this is Dark Orb shoutcasting for you tonight. Also slurring almost everything I say. The first pause of the game, as far as I'm aware, comes out here. Could be the second pause. I did miss the first couple seconds of the game.
A summoner has disconnected.
We get to see Leona disconnect from the game, unfortunately. So we will have a momentary pause. Potentially longer than I would like, potentially longer than all of you would like, but we do need to get the Leona back into the game so that the match can progress as normal. We are before the 5-minute mark, so as some summoners may be aware, though many appear not to be, it is in our rules that pre-5 minutes, we are allowed to restart the game as long as summoners agree to use the same picks and same bans. We do reserve restarts for major connection issues, or other serious issues for the summoners, such as a substitute needing to come in, as long as it is pre-5 minutes. Same picks, same bans, that is generally allowed. We've unfortunately had situations where teams needed to go through that champion selection phase, select the champion for somebody else to actually be playing that match, and then reform the match after it's already started due to connection issues or timing constraints, etc. I'm here in the Twitch chat thinking that next weekend is a long weekend. I do believe that Monday is Victoria Day for us Canadians. It is this weekend being the long weekend, and the next long weekend after that being Labor Day. We do have 2 minutes of pause time being utilized here. Apparently the Leona's game has crashed, which is an unfortunate situation for Leona. I do believe they'll be getting that client restarted, the game restarted fairly soon. Hopefully she'll be able to reconnect to this game without any kind of major problems.
A summoner has reconnected.
Alright, we get to see, check that name again, Pooter Smasher. Reconnect to the game. We'll get this game started up again momentarily once both sides confirm they are all ready. I know Labor Day is in September. It's the next long weekend we have, because this Monday is the long weekend in August. There's not another long weekend in August that I'm actually aware of. That would be too many holidays for 1 month. Alright, both sides are ready. We can get this game started up once again. Katarina wishing her lane opponent good luck in the all chat. Lucian dashes in, does a fair amount of damage to the Tristana. There we go, got the scoreboard reorganized. It does appear that Sludge Belchers are dominating the farm numbers. Tristana actually up 2 farm over the Lucian at this early point in the game. We'll see if that changes around quickly enough for the Lucian to be considered to be winning his lane. Sludge Belcher's doing a really great job at this early point. They did have a slightly longer break than Los Requenos were allowed, as there is 10 minutes after the match report comes through for those matches to actually be started up again, whereas Los Requenos just finished their match, reported that win and had to get started, and Sludge Belchers were sitting in that semi-final slot for a good 20 minutes, half an hour, waiting for the match between Los Requenos and Nickelback to conclude. Alistar and Tristana are doing a great job of zoning that lane, though it gives Yi the opportunity he's going to need to come in for a gank here. We'll see if he goes for that large race, which it appears he's going to. Was hoping for a bottom lane gank, get a little bit of action going on here in this game. Everyone content to farm out, get that CS, poke their opponents a tiny bit. No major engages this point. Sorry, at this point. Orianna and Katarina having the most action so far in this game. Orianna having to pop a health pot. Yi is farming out his race near that mid lane. We could potentially see a gank into the mid lane happening soon with both Yi and Elise on those wraiths by the mid lane. Would love to see a 4-man fight occur momentarily. We do see Yi and Elise both head away though. Elise dropping a ward into the purple side jungle. Jay Ford putting a lot of pressure onto the Shyvana right under her turret. Both sides here happy to sit back a little bit and focus on their CS. Neither side wanting to be the first to engage, the first to lose that first blood potentially. A little bit of a samurai standoff, knowing that first one to move potentially could be the first one dead. Of course, the first one to move could also be the first one rewarded with a kill. Lucian can dash in there and poke the Tristana. Doesn't do very much damage with it with a double shot. G4 lands a nice knock up onto the Shyvana. Ends up behind her, meaning she'll have to run past him in order to get to her turret. And the damage exchange is fairly even in that top lane. Katarina appearing to choose to wander towards that top lane J4. We could have a a situation for first blood coming out here. Katarina getting pinged back. J4 now trying to recall. Katarina might get there in time to take him down. We will be transferring to this top lane here. Katarina does not actually land a hit, so J4 is gone from that top lane. Elise in the purple side jungle on top of the E. He's forced to flash out over the wall, leaving one of those lizards alive, meaning his blue will not be respawning, though he did just take it. Means that blue does not go over to Orianna. That is the second blue of the game. Normally where you would see the jungler feeding it to your mid lane, he being a little bit more blue dependent potentially though. Alistar goes in for an engage, knocking the Lucian well out of that fight. I apologize guys, just reading through the link that Ymir posted into Twitch chat. Spectator mode, the drinking game. Debating having our shoutcasters play this during one of the holiday weekends or during an open bracket tournament potentially, where they would have the Saturday morning to recover. An interesting idea. I apologize for my silence, guys. Just watching the both teams here pick up their CS. Tristana and J4 having fairly impressive farm numbers right now. J4 being a solid 20-30 farm over the Shyvana. Tristana being above the J4, but actually fairly even with Lucian. No kills across the board, no turrets across the board. We are at the 10-minute mark. I do not even believe we've had a dragon going down yet. Both teams playing it extremely safe right now. Alright, we have an engage in this bottom lane. Leona now caught out by the Alistar's crowd control. Elise coming in as well. This could be the first kill of the game going on to Leona. Leona down to 200 HP. She is going to lose first blood to the Tristana. Tristana down to 100 HP as well. Lucian gets exhausted, but he is by himself versus 3 summoners. Tristana goes down to the Lucian before getting himself deleted. We're going to have Orianna in this bottom lane as well, so we have 3 summoners in this bottom lane. I'm going to see them set up for a dragon as opposed to setting up for that turret, allowing the minions to potentially push that turret down instead. Though the minions will not be enough to take the turret, they'll get a slight amount of damage. A teleport coming in from the Shyvana towards the dragon. The dragon goes down to Elise. Shyvana now all by herself. Katarina coming in from the side though. Both Elise and Alistar flash over that dragon pit. Orianna then flashes over the dragon pit. The teleport from Shyvana costing 3 summoners from Sludge Belchers their flash summoner spell. That was a decent dragon response, though not quite in time to get them the dragon. The dragon did go over to Sludge Belchers on the blue side. Currently 2 for 2 as far as kills go. A 1k gold lead in favor of Sludge Belchers, so they did pick up that dragon. That was the first dragon of the game, going down around 12 minutes into the game. At least picking up a red buff for herself there, Orianna appearing to head down towards his bottom lane. As I say that, she decides to pick up the farm from those wraiths instead. Head back to that mid lane to defend against the Katarina. J4 and Shyvana still duking it on this top lane. Shyvana taking a little bit more pressure than she wants to, down 30 farm to the J4. She is up a kill on him though. Well, an assist technically, as J4 was finished off by, I believe, the Katarina? Yes, the Katarina coming up to that top lane. I could be mistaken. That could have been a kill somewhere else in the game. I believe I'm actually slightly confused as to how the J4 died. Somebody in the Twitch chat, let us know what I missed there. Which team fight I've forgotten about. J4 hammering away on this top lane turret as Shyvana is forced to pretty much fall back from it. Surprised she's not staying a little bit closer, trying to do some damage to him. She does move in now. Tristana down by about 5 farm here, doing an amazing job in this laning phase to maintain evenness with the Lucian. Actually up 1 kill on him, 2-1-0 as opposed to the Lucian's 1-1-0. Only a 500 gold difference here at the 15-minute mark. Katarina getting caught out here, pops her ultimate to try and escape. Elise repels down, and Katarina flashes out over the wall, but followed by the rocket from Tristana, she does go down. Shyvana also goes down in the top lane as that's occurring. Shyvana actually managed to pick off the J4, but Yi appeared to finish her off. Not sure how that went down, distracted by the fight in the jungle. It is a kill. Sorry, 2 kills to 1 though. And a turret going down in the top lane as he pushes it down. Yi starting to make some plays for Lost for Quenos.
Purple team's turret has been destroyed.
Orianna picks up the mid lane turret in response. 4 kills, 2-3 in favor of Sludge Belchers. 1 turret, 2-1. We have an engage from the Leona onto Tristana. Tristana rocket jumps out after exhaust goes onto her. Alistar taking a huge amount of punishment from the culling. We see Flash coming out across the board. Alistar pops his ultimate to try and stay alive, but the heal comes off of Tristana. Alistar turning around, coming back into this. Lucian is actually fairly low from this fight. He's actually, up to 500 HP, so it's not as low as he could have been, but still lower than he wants to be. He was trying to run for his life as he popped that heal pot. Pops a health potion as well, up above half HP though. Katarina potentially getting caught out by the Orianna here, but she jumps away. There's going to be action in the purple side jungle as both Alistar and Elise get caught out. It ends up being 1 kill for 1 as Elise goes down, but Lucian gets killed as well.
Three members of blue side now chasing the Katarina back to her mid lane. Orianna is going to go to the mid lane while the Alistar and Tristana decide to recall instead of securing that kill, or attempting to secure that kill. In the top lane, Shyvana also fairly low. She gets caught out by the Gyro with his knock-up. She ends up using her ultimate to go back to her turret, pop some poke onto the J4, who's going to run away with the health pot started.
Elise against the Master Yi here. Elise does a fair amount of damage, but Master Yi turns around to try and attack her, and a teleport coming in from the Shyvana towards this Dragon Pit and this fight. Dragon is on the map. We do have Orianna and the Elise looking to defend it, looking to get some damage in onto the members of Los Perquenos, that purple side team. We do now have 5 members from Sludge Belchers around this Dragon Pit. There will be a huge team fight here if anybody managed to get an initiate. J4 and Elise choosing not to initiate onto the Shyvana, even though they were right in range there. J4 lances himself back over the wall into his team. Culling comes out but has not managed to connect with too many summoners. Alistar comes through, gets the headbutt as well as the pulverize onto Yi. Yi goes down as the J4 ult comes out. Leona trying to hammer away onto the Alistar. J4 taking a large amount of damage as well. Lances over the wall again, but he does get deleted. That's 2 kills for 2, 3 kills for 1, 3 kills for 1. Make that 4 kills for 2. In favor of Los Perquenos. That is an ace for Los Perquenos, allowing them to set up for this dragon, which cannot be contested. 15 seconds till the first summoner on Sludge Belchers will be respawning. They have officially evened out the goal score and grabbed themselves a 1k gold lead as the dragon goes down. Now up by 2 kills in this game. What a turnaround for Los Perquenos. I guess not so much of a huge turn. They're only down by about 1,000 gold there, but that is a decent play by them picking up that ace and the dragon for their team. To see Elise take down her red buff while Orianna grabs the blue buff. That is both buffs down for blue side, both going over to blue side team members. And then outer turret going down to the Tristana Alistar pairing in that bottom lane. We see Elise trying to repel towards the Katarina. Orianna doing a fair amount of damage here. Katarina hops away onto a ward. J4 attempting to escape the E as well as it was a Shyvana, but Shyvana was not pursuing. J4 lancing into the Tribush, discovers a Vision Ward. Elise is there as well, lands a Cocoon onto Shyvana. Shyvana decides to drag it into the pair of them as he's coming in as well. Orianna now here making it a 3v2. Shyvana will get deleted while Master Yi escapes with his life. Great plays coming out of both teams. A bit of back and forth all game. Looks like the 3 members of Sludge Belchers will be setting up to take down this top lane turret, while 2 members from Los Requitos try and attempt to siege down the mid lane outer turret as well. Of course, the Alistar and Tristana being there to defend that mid lane turret, it does not go down. Though the top lane turret on the side of Los Perquenos did. So that is a 3 turret to 2 advantage now for Sludge Belchers, giving themselves a 500 gold lead. Coming back once again from behind. Potentially going to be seeing turnarounds all game here, as both sides will refuse to let there be more than a 2k gold difference. J4 now on his own versus 2 though. The rest of his team is fairly close by. We'll see if he can live long enough for the Alistar and Elise to get there. Oriana here as well. J4 getting out with almost 50 HP, but he eats the ultimate from Leona. The power of the sun is too much for J4 today. Now 8 kills to 10. 10 kills in favor of Los Verquenos versus the 8 from Sludge Belchers. We will see Los Verquenos attempt to siege down the bottom lane inner turret here, but 4 members of Los Verquenos get caught out in the Oriana ultimate. They do go a little bit ahead, and Shyvana gets deleted under that turret. Yi now under the turret as well, trying to take down one. He does take down one, but he gets deleted. Tristana takes the exhaust. Rocket jumps out, decides to come back in. Katarina now taking 2 turrets. That's enough to finish her off. That's a triple kill for Tristana. Meanwhile, Elise in the mid lane doing some work on that inner turret. Still a 500 gold difference. Now 11 kills to 12, 3 turrets to 2, soon to be 4 to 2 if nobody stops this Elise. And that is the first inner turret of the game going down. Elise pushing the mid lane inner turret until it pops. We'll see if Los Verquenos has a response to that turret going down, as well as getting nearly ace. So they did ace Sludge Belchers not too long ago. Kills now 11 to 12, 4 turrets to 2, a 1.5k gold lead in favor of Sludge Belchers. Shyvana in the mid lane behind the Alistar. Alistar knocks the headbutt onto her, throwing her into the turret. Shyvana now thinking twice about coming to this mid lane. Alistar chasing down the Katarina. Decides to fall off it as 2 of his team members find the Leona, also in that mid lane. Actually going to be a 3v3 fight here as Leona, Lucian, and Katarina are now in that mid lane for purple side. Dragon getting pinged out, which is coming up in about 10 seconds. The cocoon from Elise just misses that Katarina. Katarina jumps away. Alistar not able to get close enough to finish her off. Sorry, to slow her down. All 5 members of Sludge Belchers grouped up around the Dragon Pit. We have 4 members of Los Verquenos here, and a teleport coming in from Shyvana. We will have an initiate from the Lucian. Alistar takes most of that damage. Huge team fight here. Repel comes out from Elise trying to keep herself alive. Oriana and Katarina both go down. The ultimate from J4 comes out under the turret. It's a double kill for the J4. Lucian getting blasted back into the turret range by the Alistar headbutt. 3 kills to 1 in favor of Sludge Belchers. This could be an ace if Tristana can catch up to the Leona, the only team member remaining. And it does get away with about 200 HP remaining. There will be no ace, but this could be the inhibitor turret going over to Sludge Belchers. And the inhibitor as well. Well played by Team Sludge Belchers right there. Los Verquenos will attempt to set up for a dragon here. We'll see if it can be contested. Alistar seems to know what's going on, but he will not get there in time. Decides to go back to recall. A dragon going over to Los Verquenos.
Taking another look at these scores now, we do have a larger goal difference than we have had all game. Sludge Belchers being up by roughly 4k gold right now. That is 4,000 gold in their favor. They are up 15 kills to 13, as well as 5 turrets to 2. That is a 2 kill lead as well as a 3 turret lead. But if they are even in dragons with their opponents, giving them a 3.6k gold lead right now. Elise and Alistar setting up in this top lane to catch out the Shyvana, who had just pushed that lane fairly hard. She does get caught out, but does not take a huge amount of damage. Uses the dragon form to get away. That is her ultimate coming out. Potentially not even needed there. She was not taking very much pressure, though there are now 4 members of the Sludge Belchers in this top lane. Tristana blasts the Shyvana away. J4 trying to knock her up, but not able to get the lance in on time. There will be one more auto attack to finish her off. She actually goes down to the degen from Tristana. The after effect of a Tristana hit doing a fair amount of damage. Could be the second inner turret of the game going down. We have a 5-man push in the top lane. Popcorn kernel is stuck in my throat, making me sound a little bit weird here. Alright, I think we're all good as Katarina gets deleted. Still not quite able to siege down this inhibitor turret in the top lane. We do have a 5-man push. They are versus 4 defenders as well as a turret. The cocoon comes up but is not quite connected to the Yi. Lost Requeno is doing an amazing job of defending this turret right now. Alistar's going to go in, gets the pulverize onto 3 members, headbutts the Lucian away, taking a huge amount of damage from that turret. J4 comes out, gets a kill onto the... Oh, no, Orianna went down. My apologies, guys. That's a kill despite the J4 ult. He doing a great job here. Pops his ultimate. He's going to come in from behind but get deleted by the Alistar. Still sitting at about a 4k gold difference between these two teams. Lost Requenos could make a comeback. We are past the 30-minute mark. Within the next 10 minutes, if the game has not ended, it becomes all about the throws as opposed to the skills. Though, of course, throwing is a skill that everyone needs to work on. So not throwing could be considered a skill, I suppose. Meaning it's still about skill, but the throws become quite real once you get past that 40-minute mark. One team are getting caught out, with everybody else having full builds, can spell doom for your team. We have Leona scare J4 off of his recall. A little bit of action around the Baron pit here as they try to catch out the Shyvana and Lucian. We'll see if Elise is going to be successful. She lands the cocoon that does catch the Shyvana, but Shyvana has the speed to get away. The inhibitor back up in this mid lane for Los Frecuenos. Puts them more or less back in this game. They are only down by about 5k gold. We are 30 minutes into the game. That is not a huge gold difference. 18 kills to 15. They are behind by 4 turrets, however. They need to do a little bit of work in order to get caught up. The culling comes out. It's going to be an ultimate from Leona as well. Not going to catch anybody though for the stun. Sludge Belchers trying to siege down this inhibitor, deciding to actually focus champions instead. The ultimate comes out from J4. Tristana picks up the kill onto onto Master Yi. Someone takes down Katarina as well. Shyvana goes down to the Orianna, and they're going to get this inhibitor right now. Only Leona and Lucian remain. This could be the game if they can siege down these Nexus turrets successfully. All 5 members of Sludge Belchers still remaining on the field. They're going to begin to focus down the first Nexus turret. Change their focus to that Lucian, deleting him in seconds. Second Nexus turret getting focused now. It does go down. This will be the Nexus, will be the semi-final game, going over to Sludge Belchers. Congratulations, Sludge Belchers. You guys have emerged victorious in our semi-final game. You have now qualified for your finals placement. Los Frecuenos are moving on to the bronze match as well, where they will face off against Forsaken Gaming Team. Sludge Belchers now going to face up against Long Eric Shin's crew in the finals matchup. Once again, congratulations to everybody who has made it this far in tonight's tournament. The final 4 teams are guaranteed RP prizing. We have Long Eric Shin's crew and Sludge Belchers, who are now vying for that top tier position where they will get 3,200 RP as well as a Triumphant Rise skin per team member. The losers of this final match getting 2,400 RP as the consolation prize, and the bronze match competing for 1,600 RP per team member, or once again the consolation prize there is 800 per our team member for the 4th place matchup. And I will have to add a member of Sludge Belchers to my friends list. We've had a number of different teams emerging victorious tonight. No team actually managing to take more than 2 or 3 games in a row. Sorry, more than 1 or 2 games in a row. We started with Climbing Silver, who won their first round game, then were defeated by Nickelback. Then Los Frecuenos defeated Nickelback in the next round, and Los Frecuenos has now been defeated by Sludge Belchers. So the teams in the stream have changed up quite frequently tonight. Somebody must have won all the way from round 1. Manav Voyageurs made it to round 3 before being defeated by Forsaken Gaming, and then Forsaken Gaming was defeated by Long Eric Shin's crew. Long Eric Shin's crew has made it from round 2, where they were victorious over Prof of Doom, and have actually made it to the finals matchup, so they have won 4 games in a row to get here. Quite impressive. Sludge Belchers as well have won 3 games to get here, so both teams have won 3 games to get to the final slot. Winning the finals, though, will be their 4th game of the night victorious in a row. Just trying to get a summoner from Sludge Belchers added to my friends list so that we can get a game between Long Eric Shin's crew and Sludge Belchers started up. Actually, I believe I have members from Long Eric Shin's crew on my friends list currently. So once again, guys, this is Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament where summoners must be ranked bronze through gold in order to participate. We are now into the finals. It's been a 4-hour night so far, potentially going to hit the 5-hour mark depending on how long this game goes. Always fun to have those 5-hour streams get past midnight, go into the next day. Becomes a 2-day streaming event. Just waiting for an invite to the finals matchup between Long Eric Shin's crew and Sludge Belchers. We'll have this game starting up momentarily for you guys. Teams do have about 10 minutes between matches where they're technically allowed to, take a quick break, get themselves ready. This appears to be the correct lineup for Long Ericsson's crew. There's I Love to Poop, Kid BOOO, and Bookcases. Appears we're getting invites sent out to the other team, that is Sludge Belchers. Should be getting into this game momentarily. And we'll get the finals match from Nossalsa Gaming's amateur bracket tournament started momentarily. So again, guys, I believe we've caught 4 games so far. Let me double check that. We did catch Climbing Silver versus Versatile 5 in round 1. Then SK Nickelback T1K versus Climbing Silver in round 2. SK Nickelback T1K versus Los Burquenos in round 3. Los Burquenos versus Sludge Belchers in round 4. And now we're going to see Long Eric Shin's crew versus Sludge Belchers in this finals matchup. We also have Forsaken Gaming Team as well as Los Burquenos in that bronze match slot. We did just watch Los Burquenos defeat SK Nickelback T1K and then lose to the Sludge Belchers. So once you get to the semifinals, you do get to play one more game despite losing a matchup. Our tournament is single elimination, but we do need to determine the 3rd and 4th place positionings. So we make sure that matchup happens so that it's not a tie for 4th. Seems like all 10 summoners are now into our lobby. We'll get these summoners started up momentarily. A little bit of banter in that lobby chat, saying that Bronze 5 is an A+ StarCraft player. Those StarCraft skills translating to awesome team fights, apparently. The Bronze 5 Alistar did do fairly well in that last game. Of course, as a previous Bronze 5 Alistar myself, I can contest to Alistars playing generally above their skill cap, but playing or maining support in Bronze is not the way to climb. Of course, playing support in a team game when you have 4 friends who are there to carry you is much easier. It's not as hard to know what you're supposed to do and know what your teammates are going to do. So not unexpected to see him doing fairly well. We've got a Braver Hampton call in the chat. Hampton University, our previous 2-time winners of the amateur bracket tournament, they were defeated last week in the quarterfinals, and they did not actually show up for tonight's tournament. I'm not sure if they signed up. I believe they did. Actually, I'm not even seeing a sign up for them. So there is no Hampton at all tonight. And I apologize for being distracted from the game. We do have Tristana, Elise, Lee Sin banned out, and that is by Long Eric Shin's crew. Let me make sure I'm saying that right here, or at least getting things in the right order. Yeah, Long Eric Shin's crew. We also have LeBlanc, Jace, and Annie banned out by Sludge Belchers. Evelyn getting locked in for Long Eric Shin's crew, as well as the Lucian Morgana pair potentially in this bottom lane for Sludge Belchers. We just watched MLG 360 No Scope do very well on the Alistar. We'll see how he plays on a Morgana. Morgana being a slightly easier champion to play than the Alistar. We get to see a Karma hovered over here, potentially locked in against a Morgana. That could be their support, it could be their mid lane. The Karma does get locked in, as well as a Shen, which I'm going to expect to be the top lane with Evelyn showing as their jungle. Vi and Aatrox getting hovered over here, locked in officially for Sludge Belchers. We're going to get to see Orianna and Caitlyn hovered over here, potentially selected for Long Eric Shin's crew. We've seen a number of Oriannas come out tonight. Orianna being one of the strongest mid lane champions right now, at least the most common. And Caitlyn an all-around decent ADC pick with her superior range, as well as a little bit of crowd control from the traps, as well as her 90 caliber net. So a decent amount of crowd control on that Caitlyn, as well as the superior range to most ADCs, makes her a fairly strong pick despite the newer ADCs popularity, as well as the Tristana pick, which is generally always popular and strong. We do not get to see a Tristana in this game though, as it will be Lucian and Caitlyn in the bottom lanes, as well as I would assume here from the showings that it's going to be Karma and Morgana for the supports, potentially Aatrox and Shen in the top lane. Kassadin showing in that mid lane with a teleport as opposed to ignite or heal. We have seen mid lane Kassadins with teleport work out fairly successfully in the past though. We'll see how he fares against the Orianna with her heal. Once again guys, this is Not So Stock Gaming's amateur bracket tournament. We are into the finals of tonight's event. This is Star Corp shoutcasting for you tonight, and I am looking forward to one more awesome matchup before we finish the night out. Let's see who's going to emerge victorious. What does the Twitch chat think? Will it be Long Eric Shin's crew, or will it be the Sludge Belchers taking that 3200 RP as well as the Triumphant Rise skins? Alright, the music dies as we hit that spectator delay. So now that we are with all the champions and summoner spells finalized, let's take a quick look at these team compositions. We do have a fair amount of poke and lockdown from Sludge Belchers. The Morgana Lucian in the bottom lane, Morgana able to lock down a target, and Lucian able to punish them for eating a Dark Binding. Vi will also be able to get a fair amount of CC out during any kind of gank, as well as a decent amount of damage. So ganks from Vi should be fairly successful in almost every lane. I say that as we look at the Aatrox in that top lane, who will be building a fair amount of beef as well as damage, and the Kassadin, who is one of the most powerful AP assassins, will be in the mid lane. So any kind of help from that Vi should help him secure kills. I mean, we shall see how Orianna does. Taking a look at the team composition from Long Eric Shin's crew, we have the Caitlyn Karma in the bottom. That's going to be a huge amount of poke damage for their bottom lane pairing, as well as the Shen in the top lane with Evelyn as their jungler. Evelyn jungle is one of the most annoying jungles to play against, as she does not, I mean, as you need to have vision wards placed in order to spot her out, the sight ward is actually not being able to get through her invis. So ganks from her could be quite successful. We'll see how that plays, how the Vi versus Evelyn matchup compares, and who manages to come out on top in tonight's finals matchup. got a Twitch chat comment that blue team has more lockdown than the purple team, which is fairly true with the taunt from Shen, the stun from Karma, as well as the displacement effect from Orianna and the 2 CCs coming off of Caitlyn. We have a little bit more hard CC, in my opinion, from the Vi Morgana pair. A little bit more mobility in poke because of the Lucian mobility with his culling as well, and the Kassadin, and just being able to spam that ult in every 6 seconds. We'll see how things play out. Purple side looking to have a strong all-in team position, a strong team fight, great pick potential, while blue side does have the one hard tank with that Shen. They will be out-tanked potentially, but they have a fair amount of damage. We'll see if Evelynn builds utility damage or pure tank here, as we've seen some Evelynns do. Alright, so just 10 seconds remaining of this spectator lane. We'll get into the load screen, get to take a quick look at those trims and borders, see if anybody has some awesome skins to show us tonight, and then we'll be on to the Summoner's Rift for our finals matchup in Not So Stock Gaming's Amateur Bracket Tournament. We're seeing 3 gold trims come out from both teams, as well as 1 silver trim and 1 previously bronze and or unranked summoner. So quite even in last season's ranking, though we do have the one's Braum 5 summoner on the side of Sludge Belchers, that is their Morgana MLG 360 no scope. While I do believe that the no trim as well as the silver trim from Long Eric Shin's crew are both either silver and or gold. Once again, last season's ratings do not actually matter in the tournament registration or the tournament rules. We do base the summoners ranking on their current ELO, as we are on patch 4.13. Season 3 is, I mean, though the experience can help you, slightly irrelevant in today's game. I hear the Rift. Means we will get this game started up momentarily. I'm seeing the Aatrox sitting at about 60%, as well the Orianna. Almost everybody's hitting below 100. We'll see if that changes before we load into the game, or it's going to just load us in. 3, 4 summoners moving. Lucian has not actually responded yet. We'll see if Lucian ends up buying his items here. He will start to buy. Everybody from blue side, except from the Shen, has bought their items as well. We'll see if Shen comes out of the base. He's not sitting in the middle of that pit, so he has connected. For those of you not aware, if a summoner spawns sitting in the very center of the spawn pool, it means they have not yet connected to the game. And in a tournament, that is a great indicator that you should pause your game and wait for somebody to say, hey, I'm back in the game. Potentially going to see some level 1 shenanigans here, as both Vi and Lucian are into that pixel bush. Caitlyn in the Tribush, Karma up in the river. A little bit of a big spread here from both of these teams. Nobody grouped up very efficiently. We see Kassadin coming past Lucian and Vi. Shen running all the way in onto that Aatrox, takes a bit of a punishment. Aatrox takes some punishment as well, actually takes a fair amount more damage than the Shen did. Gonna start her recall, but fall off of it. Still 3 members of Sludge Belchers sitting in that pixel bush. Morgana playing with the Karma around the blue buff. Sorry, the entrance to the blue buff in the river. Now just 20 seconds till those buffs comes up, we'll see exactly what both of these teams decide to do. Caitlyn and Karma both falling back into their jungle. Evelynn will potentially be setting up for that red buff momentarily. Kassadin heads to the mid lane, leaving Lucian and Morgana to leash the blue buff for Vi. And the leashes have started, the buffs have spawned. Action in the mid lane. Orianna farming away. I believe she got a tiny bit of poke onto that Kassadin. We see her throw a tiny bit more poke at the Kassadin as Aatrox and Shen start to try and throw some exchanges. Karma landing a nice poke onto Lucian. Shen and Aatrox doing it out a little bit more than I would expect at this early point in the game. Another poke from the Karma comes out, landing this time onto Morgana. Kassadin taking a bit more damage from the Orianna as well. It will be a difficult start for Kassadin against that Orianna. We will see him coming into his own around level 6 though. Piltover Peacemaker just misses both Morgana and the Lucian. The poke comes in from Karma onto Morgana. Morgana forced to pop a health potion. Karma also popping a health potion. Lucian gets locked down, eats the exhaust down to about 150 HP. Auto attack from Karma gets him down to 100, but it's not quite enough to finish him off. No first blood yet this game. Aatrox pushing the minions all the way to Shen's turret. Shen is down fairly low, but Evelynn is coming in for a gank. Aatrox passive gets popped. Aatrox back up to 200 HP. Shen and Evelynn still there trying to take her down. The Vi comes up into the top lane. That is first blood for Vi onto the Shen. Aatrox tries to escape, but it's not going to be enough. Evelynn takes her down. Vi now chasing down the Evelynn, but is not going to manage the connection for the second kill there. I'm not quite sure why she decided to fall off of that. Potentially eating the slow from Evelynn and her spikes. I believe the spikes from Evelynn slow you. Not 100% sure. It's been a while since I played with an Evelynn. Alright, Lucian taking a bit more poke in this bottom lane. Karma and Caitlyn doing a great job poking down their opponents. It is the poke composition I would expect to be doing fairly well. Morgana and Lucian also able to do a fair amount of damage, depending if the Morgana can land that Dark Binding. Lucian can dash in and out in time for the double shots. Orianna hits level 4. Kassadin also at level 4 here. Are we seeing level 4s across the board? We are not. Lucian still at level 2 actually compared to Morgana's 3, as well as the Karma. Caitlyn sitting at level 3. Kills are 1-to-1 right now. We did see both top laners go down in a great exchange there with both junglers involved. Goal score exactly even. Farm numbers a little bit divergent across the board, but fairly even when you take a look at the... I guess no, just the assist gold, making that gold even from that top lane kill. As Orianna is a little bit above the... I was going to say the Aatrox, but apparently my scoreboard's just not organized, which is making things more difficult for me. 1 second, guys. We'll get that fixed up. Vi and Evelynn in the jungle, Karma and Morgana as the supports, Aatrox in that top lane, Kassadin mid, Orianna mid, Caitlyn is the ADC with Shen in the jungle as well. Shen in the top lane. Make sure all of that is correct. Okay, so Shen is 24 farm to Aatrox's 19. He's up about 5 farm on her. Junglers are divergent by about 4 farm. Mid lane is divergent by 6 farm in the opposite direction, and Caitlyn is out farming Lucian by about 15. We might see Karma go down here. Heal comes off of Caitlyn, but Vi is doing a huge amount of damage. One more auto attack will finish her off, but she's going to fall off of it to focus the Caitlyn. Morgana down to 100 HP as well. Throws the Dark Binding, but it misses. Caitlyn going in there. Potentially a mistake for her. We see Vi trying to jump in onto the Karma. She is successful, takes her down. Now 1 kill to 2 in favor of Sludge Belchers. Aatrox in a little bit of trouble against the Shen in the top lane. Farm numbers across the board now slightly in favor of Long Eric Shin's crew, as they have all hit 30 farm. Only the Kassadin for Sludge Belchers hitting a 30 farm. I apologize, the jungler and support are not yet at 30 farm, the junglers both being at 20. And supports being at 0 and 5 respectively, where we would expect the support farms to be. Shen goes in onto the Aatrox. Evelynn also coming out to this top lane. This is going to be a kill onto Aatrox. Potentially Ignite goes off. She is ticking down. It will not be enough to finish her off though. Shen engaging a little bit before that. Evelynn got there, so Evelynn was not able to get any kind of damage onto that Aatrox for him. Any damage from that Evelynn would have been a kill onto Aatrox, or at least popped her passive. Evelyn taking down her her red buff, while Vi hands the blue buff over to Kassadin. Kassadin decides to engage onto Orianna. Vi is also there in the mid lane for a gank. Orianna doing a great job with her shield. Shen ultimates down there to save the Orianna. Well played by Shen. Evelyn also into this mid lane for a counter gank. Vi goes down to the Shen. Kassadin still alive though. You have Aatrox pushing that top lane because Shen is not there. We'll see if she can get any kind of turret damage. Shen on his way back up. We'll be there in about 7-8 seconds. Aatrox going to fall off of that turret, drop a ward into the bush. Potentially go to recall here or go to farm out those golems. She is level 6, so potentially going to farm golems. Kaylin and Karma doing a great job in the bottom lane, having forced Morgana and Lucian out of that lane apparently, and are doing some damage to their turret. Lucian back to the lane now. Kaylin level 6 to Lucian's level 5. Karma takes a turret hit there as she tries to get some poke onto Lucian. Kassadin ulting into the mid lane. He's down to about half HP as Orianna gets a shield onto herself. This could mean trouble for Kassadin. Evelyn heading into the mid lane as well. Vi is nearby. Appears to be heading to that top lane to save the Aatrox, or to not save the Aatrox, but to capitalize on a Shen kill. Not actually going to get there in time. Tries to turn around. The Kassadin is in trouble though with the Evelyn on top of him. Vi managed to take the Evelyn off of Kassadin. Kassadin getting out with about 200 HP. We'll see him head towards that Baron pit. Run the long way around that as Shen catches up and lands that taunt for the kill. Aatrox manages to take down the Evelyn, but Shen makes it a double kill as Vi goes down. Aatrox now on her own versus 2. Orianna escaping with about 200 HP. She's going to go around behind the turret in order to try and cut off the Aatrox. Shen now under that turret, tanking the turret and the Aatrox. Not quite able to finish off that Aatrox. She does get out with about 100 HP. He will go ahead back under the turret. The shields from Orianna comes onto him. The passive from Aatrox gets popped out. Aatrox comes back up. Decides to go in on this as Kassadin arrives. The stun comes out from Orianna's ult. Kassadin now trying to get close enough to do some damage. Kassadin down to about 3/4 HP. Aatrox down to 1/4 HP. Shen down to 300 HP. The shield comes out from Orianna again. Orianna and Shen attempt to disengage this. There's an engage from the Aatrox here. The Ignite goes onto her. She's not quite able to finish off the Shen. Question in Twitch chat of why am I calling Aatrox a she? Apparently Aatrox is a he. That's a very good question. The name seems feminine to me. The graphics seem slightly feminine to me. I had assumed that Aatrox was a girl. I am not as familiar with the lore as Impossible is. Impossible being a huge fan of the Riot lore. Karma getting caught out here does go down to the culling. And cesspool onto Kaylin as she gets locked down by Dark Binding. Vi tries to come in with some C, but is not able to connect it. Evelyn down around this tri-bush as well. Vi now caught out 1v2, but Lucian and Morgana come in to save her. She will get out with her life. Alright, a little bit of Google reveals that Aatrox is in fact a male character. Maybe it's because he is purple and red. I don't know. The giant sword for compensation should have alerted me to his male status, though. We have Aatrox and Shen doing it on the top lane. Evelyn content to farm out her jungle. Orianna in that mid lane, defending against the Kassadin. She appears to be going to roam towards that bottom lane, though, as Caitlyn heads towards the bottom lane as well. Karma out there all by herself trying to get some farm numbers in here, apparently. Lucian's going to go in on her, manages to miss his poke. Big exchange in this top lane as Shen and Aatrox do get out, but neither of them are going to go down here. They're content to disengage. Aatrox seeming to have a slight disadvantage there. That is a solid engage, and Lucian gets the kill onto Karma. A great gank from Vi. Vi ends up going down in the end as there are 4 summoners from Long Eric Shin's crew. Sorry, that name makes me stumble. And they're going to be able to set up for a dragon here. Shen is there on the dragon already. Aatrox potentially going to take this top lane turret because Shen is not there. There will be a turret going with Aatrox in the top lane in exchange for the dragon. Potentially going to see this bottom lane turret go down in favor of blue side to even out the turret score. Aatrox going hard here, heading towards that top inner turret. Looks like Shen and Adeline will start to respond to the Aatrox on that top lane. Aatrox is going to fall off of the turret though as minions have come back out. Orianna now all alone versus the Kassadin, manages to catch him with her ball there, getting Kassadin down to about 200 HP. Kassadin forced to ultimate away. Orianna's going to be free to try and get some damage onto this turret. Kassadin actually comes back up to 500 HP. Orianna gets the shield on herself. Things have evened out in this mid lane, except that Evelynn is now here, has not yet been spotted out. Well, she can get close enough for a solid actual gank onto this Kassadin as opposed to just a roam into the mid lane. Aatrox heading towards this mid lane as well. It's going to be a gank and counter gank. Aatrox returned to the top lane just in time to save that turret. Vi now going for her red buff, potentially going to head up to the top lane after this. There's no action anywhere else on the map, though Caitlyn and Karma do manage to take that bottom lane turret as there is nobody defending it. Alright, we have name. Back to the bracket for one moment, guys. It is going to be Long Eric Shin's crew sieging this mid lane turret. Once again, this is Long Eric Shin's crew on the blue side versus Sludge Bells on the purple side. They do pick up a turret as well as a Morgana kill. We have a team fight continuing. Aatrox's passive gets popped. Orianna goes down to the Kassadin. Team fight continues. All of Long Eric Shin's crew getting fairly low. Shen decides to ultimate. Not sure where he ultimated to. That was a back, potentially? No, Shen gets the shutdown onto Lucian. He did ultimate to one of his teammates who was currently right there. Just a little bit of confusion there visually for me. little bit of a lull in action here. Currently 10-7, 5k goal lead in favor of Long Eric Shin's crew. I apologize for my lack of attention to the game here, guys. I'm going to get back into this. There's going to be some action here coming up in the mid lane. There are 4 summoners from Sludge Belter, as well as 3 summoners from Eric Long Shin's crew. Long Eric Shin's crew. Said that backwards. Long Eric Shin's crew having a 4k gold advantage right now. Sludge Belter's doing a great job of staying relevant in this game, though. You see the Karma poke come out and not connect. Actually, it did connect with the Lucian, so he was slowed. The ball comes out, landing onto Kassadin, but the Morgana's Black Shield manages to negate most of that damage. A heal comes out from Lucian, saving Morgana's life. Kassadin awfully low now. Poke comes out from Karma again, landing this time only onto the Vi. So great engage from Long Eric Shin's crew. I believe that was the Aatrox passive getting popped, and then she does go down. That is a 5 versus 1 fight, more or less. Sludge Belters do respond. They end up getting it 3-2, as Morgana is the only other death on their team. Shen awfully low. That's a 4th kill, as I believe Karma, attempting to escape for their life, did get destroyed. And an ace scored by the Kassadin, turning this game back around. Even at that kill score, only a 2k gold difference. Kassadin's going to attempt to initiate this dragon. I apologize, just going to attempt to take down the ward. Now he will initiate the dragon with the help of Lucian. We are 20 minutes into the game, 12 kills to 12, 33k gold to 30k gold, 1 turret to 3. This dragon will nearly even out that goal score, making it only a 2k deficit for them. Sorry, only a 1k deficit for them. That's a huge jump in gold from just the dragon, worth 2k gold at this point in the game. Alright, that was a purple team turret going down, making it 4 turrets to 1 in favor of Eric Long Shin's crew, Long Eric Shin's crew. Saying that backwards once again. heard a question in Twitch chat of what is the start time for the tournaments. I do believe that the start times are listed on the web pages, or at least they were at one point in time. Yeah, start time 7 p.m. EST, end time last match completion. We are into the semifinals, so we are almost done for the night. But the tournaments do start at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Gold score now 37.5 to 36.2k. 12 kills to 12. There is a 3 turret advantage in favor of Long Eric Shin's crew. Clears a ward there. Everybody cheers as the ward goes down. Huge lonely action here. Still 12 kills to 12. 38k to 37k gold. I think that 39k to 38k. We are still up by 3 turrets in favor of Long Eric Shin's crew. Sludge Belcher's doing an amazing job of coming back from the deficit they started with. Karma gets caught out there by the Vi, not able to finish off the Karma though. Orianna is there to protect her, did get the ball onto her with that shield. Sludge Belcher's looking to siege this mid lane here. And you're gonna get that outer turret for the mid lane now. Would be the second turret going down to them if they were successful. Long Eric Shin's crew, of course, looking to defend this mid lane as much as possible. Shen in that top lane, pushing down potentially an outer turret there. Not sure if that turret is still alive. It is not, so not actually putting down a turret quite yet, but heading towards that top inner turret. The entirety of Sludge Belcher is going to respond to that, though. Shen going to start to recall. Pings coming out in the blue side jungle, not quite sure what's going on there. Morgana pops the sweeper, not quite able to take that ward down as there are 2 team members from Long Eric Shin's crew. Now 4 members from Long Eric Shin's crew in this mid lane by the Pixel Bush. Dragon coming up in 4 seconds could explain the setup here. We will see Long Eric Shin's crew attempt to set up for a dragon. Taking a dragon with 4 members of your opposition sitting right there ready to defend it though could be a bit of a mistake. Orianna throwing her ball around, doing a fair amount of damage to the Vi. Evelynn trying to initiate a fight there. Vi ends up jumping over the wall to get away. A little bit of poke coming out from both teams there. A ward gets cleared out by the purple side. We see more of Orianna's ball action. And there's finally an initiate. Behind the Baron pit, there's nobody going down yet. Kassadin does go down. There's 1 kill to 0, 2 kills to 0. Evelynn goes down on Long Eric Shin's crew. Evelynn goes down as well. Vi has gone down. Lucian goes down. This could be the Aatrox going down for an ace. That is an ace to 3 kills. Shen and Caitlyn now going to set up for that dragon. looking to increase their gold lead, now up by about 3k gold. Been an extremely close game so far, 17 kills to 15. They are up by 3 turrets though. Got a report in Twitch chat that Los Recuidos are winning the bronze match right now. That is the matchup determining 3rd and 4th place. They're apparently up by 2.5k at the 22-minute mark. Meanwhile, in the game we are watching, the finals matchup, this is Long Eric Shinscrew on the blue side versus Sludge Belzers on the purple side. Long Eric Shinscrew up by about 4k gold, only 2 kills, but they have that 3 turret advantage as well as, I believe, 2 dragons. Karma clearing some wards around the Baron. Baron screaming at her. Did not like that she was standing so close to him. Vi comes in, does a fair amount of damage to the Karma, now going to try and attempt to clear the vision ward there from blue side. Will be successful in clearing that ward as Lucian and Aatrox come up. Blue going over to the Evelynn as she steals it from Kassadin. Well played by Evelynn right there. Now the entirety of Sludge Belzer is running down to try and intercept the Evelynn, but she is already gone. Sludge Belzer is doing a great job of defending this game, but they do not appear to have the offensive answer they are looking for. They've gone fairly even in kills, being down by only 2, but Long Eric Shinscrew has been successful in taking down 4 turrets as opposed to the only 1 that Sludge Belzers has taken. That is a 5th turret, sorry, not a 5th turret, that is a turret going down over to blue side, that is actually making it 4 turrets to 2, and we have a team fight. Whew, the entirety of Sludge Belzer is getting melted. That is an ace. This could be the game. 30 seconds until anybody from Sludge Belzers will come back up. Long Eric Shinscrew deciding to set up for a Baron instead of taking the inhibitor turret though. Potentially a strong tactical choice. What a team fight that was. Sludge Belzer simply getting melted. Long Eric Shinscrew now having the Baron advantage. We will see them potentially push down this mid lane. We'll see if Sludge Belzers has the answer for this Baron empowered team. Yeah, I was starting to, zone out a tiny bit here. There'd been a few minutes with no action, and all of a sudden, Orianna into all 5 of them. Got a comment in Twitch chat that they want to play against the Orianna next week. Long Eric Shinscrew is a team that we've had participating for a number of weeks now, under various team names. The Summoners have, however, remained fairly consistent. Bookcases and I Love to Poop, as well as Surprise Mutafuka, are their 3 core team members. I do believe Ying Sang has participated in 1 or 2 of their team games as well before, though Kid Buu may or may not be one of their regular players. It does seem slightly familiar. Unfortunately, I don't remember everyone who plays in our events. I do believe this is they're pretty much their core team, despite having a different name right now. They did play under, I believe, Cheap potentially before. If not that, then it was Can We Please Surrender. There's a huge fight in this mid lane. we go back through to July's event and check those team rosters, I'm sure that all 5 of those summoners would pop up under one of those 2 names. I'm actually going to double check which team they were playing as before, as I have forgotten. Oh, I apologize. It was not Cheap 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 or Can We Please Surrender. Eric Long Shinsku is apparently the reform of Hampton University. So our previous, from 3 weeks ago, they won 2 tournaments in a row. Then they were defeated in the quarterfinals, and they have reformed under a different name with these same summoners. Yes, I'm seeing all 5 of these summoners on their previous team roster as Hampton University. So these guys have come back under a different name. It's going to be a dragon potentially going over to Long Eric Shin's crew. With the dragon going down to the Evelyn, Long Eric Shin's crew successful in sieging that dragon down. They will have another team fight here. It's going to be a huge engage. Nobody going down yet. What a fight. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. Will the Morgana go down for a 5th kill for Long Eric Shin's crew? 4-0 right now. We will not see that Morgana go down. She does escape with her life. That is the 2nd inhibitor going down, and a surrender coming up before they can finish it off. What a game, guys. Long Eric Shin's crew coming out victorious tonight. That is an amazing game versus Sludge Belcher. Sludge Belcher is keeping things fairly even until a little bit later on there, and then they were actually defeated. So congratulations to Long Eric Shin's crew. You have emerged victorious in tonight's tournament. Thank you to all of our viewers tonight for coming out to join us. Thank you for all of our participants. It was a fairly long event, being now 1:45 here. Just 15 minutes shy of 5 hours. That was 5 rounds of play. Teams doing an amazing job to get as far as they did tonight. Long Eric Shin's crew winning 4 games in a row to get their 3200 RP, as well as the Triumphant Rise skin per team member. And Sludge Belcher is winning 3 games, but losing that last game, still qualifying them for 2400 RP per team member. I believe our bronze match may still be occurring. I'm going to go ahead and just double check my match reports here. Seems like Sludge Belchers has lost. Oh, Team Lost for Quitos has lost. So the finals, as well as the bronze match, have been decided. That is Forsaken Gaming Team getting the 3rd place finish tonight. Lost Quitos getting the 4th place finish. Long Eric Shin's crew's finishing 1st. That is a reform of Hampton University, allegedly, playing with the same core there. So congratulations to the 4 finalists in tonight's event. I'm going to refresh this page. I believe I submitted that. Apparently I submitted it incorrectly. Going to get Forsaken Gaming Team as the winners for that bronze match. Alright, get it onto the stream here. There we go. So congratulations to all 4 of our winning teams. Thank you to all of our other participants tonight. These tournaments aren't possible without you guys, so thank you all for coming out. It's been an amazing evening. This is Dark Corpse signing off. We'll see you guys next week.